Hello and welcome to Dragon's Den, a place where the community can grab a drink, a bowl of snacks, hang out, and have fun. With me today is Serge from Belgium, who's going to help me install Gentoo onto my desktop. Today we're just going to go community can grab a drink with no X, just get the server part of it set up. And I think I have everything looking the way it's supposed to. It
Okay.
looks like it's live on.
It's live, but there is nobody in the chat at the moment.
Okay. Uh, then let me check. Stream health says it's good.
Yes, it's
So,
good. I did shut down the audio on YouTube because I heard an echo.
that might have been me as well. I had to
No,
mute
no, it's
mine
my
too.
part because I didn't shut down the audio. But now it's done, so I have no echo anymore.
Excellent. Okay. So, as it stands at the moment, I have, as you can see here, my desktop. I downloaded the minimal ISO to boot into the basic Gentoo environment. And at this point, that is all that we have done so far. So the first thing that I need to do now that I have the system, I'm not SSHing into it. It's straight onto the bare metal, which is why the picture is going through my USB camera and not as crisp and clear as probably would be good. But that's what we have, and that's what I'm going to go with. Uh, do you mind your picture showing up, by the way, Sergey? Because
No,
okay,
I don't mind.
uh, then I probably should have asked that before we started. You
That's good.
very kindly gave me a nice layout to work with before, and so the first step that we need to do is make sure that the desktop is connected to the internet by pinging the Gentoo website with the ping C3 www.gentoo.org, and it comes back very nicely. So yes, the system is actually hooked to the internet. Way, one for me. That finishes that slide. Then we check what physical hard disks are actually logged, pushed in. Might want to. I don't know if it will show up now. LS.
So there is always a delay between Jitsi and YouTube. I've got more than 10 seconds delay, but I know it.
Oh, fudge. Fudge ripple. Um, SDA. All right. Because I did not have the disk, I'm going to install Gentoo in my IC dock. I need to restart my system real quick.
Yes.
Shut down, reboot. Now, I really should be better organized than this. I apologize to you all. I'm learning how to do this. Hopefully, as I go along, I will get better. That's assuming I actually like go along, and you people don't tell me to never do this again, which would be perfectly reasonable, because I'm good at playing on computers. I'm not always good at displaying and going public with them. And this scrub. Yes. Booting very nicely. Da-di-da. I'm not going to.
Finger used to say he did a series on Gentoo in 5 videos. And in one of the videos, he told the people, so you might try Gentoo. And if you fail, don't be ashamed. Try it again and try it once more try it 100 times if necessary, but at the end, you will know it, how to install it, and it will be good.
What did
So
I?
at the moment, I see you're on the LTS 4.19.97. Here, you can choose your key map. If you do nothing by default, it will be the American US QWERTY.
Instead of I actually did choose the US 43.
Yes.
I agree about installing Gentoo. When I used to do it, I actually discovered Gentoo in the early 2000s, and I was silly because this was still in the age of dial-up and i386 computers. But I downloaded the installation handbook and printed out uh, probably 30 pages at the time
Oh,
and
yes.
sat there and at least a dozen times had to go through it page by page, step by step. But that's how I learned, which is why the command line, well, starting with DOS, the command line is
Yes.
easy, but that's
So,
why in Linux the command line never bothered me because that's how I learned to get into Linux to begin with.
so your drive is SDA?
Correct.
Okay. So now that you check that you've got discard, normally it's capital D, but I think you have discard possibilities, and you
I
know the name of the drive.
yes.
Okay. Because I see some digits, even if I can't read them correctly, but I see some digits under disk-gran and disk-max.
Yes, the
Yes.
GRAN is 512 bits
Yeah,
or
yes,
bytes,
yes. It's
whichever.
good. It's good. You have discard possibilities because
Yes.
it's always dangerous to try discard on a drive which doesn't support discard, of course. This is why we had to check that we knew it would be like this, but we had to check and show the people how to check that you've got discard possibilities.
Okay. And so for anybody watching that you can't see it, the first command I gave where it doesn't show up, I made the mistake of tac small d. And the second command where it does show up, what the information you need was tac capital D. So when you do the LSBLK list block, make sure that it's tac capital D to get whether you have the discard capabilities on your disk. So I believe the next step you told me we were going to do
So we
was
will explain to the people. At the moment, there is nobody in the chat, but people will watch the replay. The partitioning scheme I have chosen is this one: 3 partitions. The first one is not really necessary, but will cope for a bad manufacturer who did a bad implementation of UEFI. And it's a small partition of 2 megs to cope for that. And thanks to that partition, grub will be able to put some metadata into that partition. The second partition will be your EFI partition, and the third will be the remainder for root, for slash. And as you've got 64 gigabytes of RAM, we have decided that we wouldn't create a swap partition, and we even don't need a swap file with such a RAM.
now I've read online and heard in several discussions that even if you have enough RAM in your system, that there are some programs that get very cranky if you don't have at least the option of a swap file or swap partition, just so that when the program starts up, it checks to make sure there is swap somewhere, and if not, it has issues.
Okay, now I have to tell because there are, of course, use cases for swap. If you've got a laptop and you use hibernation, then of course you need to got swap and at least the size of your RAM. Can you imagine? Are you going to create a swap file or a swap partition of 64 gigabytes of RAM? I don't think so. You see, so the only other use case might be, but not with 64 gigabytes of RAM, is a memory leak, and then you would have more and more. I mean, the size would increase indefinitely, but with the 64 gigabytes of RAM, it's not a very probable scenario. And normally, if this happens, you should see it before. The RAM is completely full. So normally, as a good administrator of your system, you should take care of the fact that you see something weird happening in the memory, for instance.
Okay. I just wondered because I had heard it said that some programs act funny, but if it's not a general thing and it's not going to worry, I'm not going to worry about it. That's one of the reasons why when I build a system, I tend to go overboard and stick as much RAM in as it'll take.
Yes. So you can go with the partitioning
Okay.
step.
Then the step you gave me, going to, going to use parted because I'm used to gparted, and parted is just the GUI non-GUI backend of that, so I at least understand what it would be doing if I had a GUI up. Parted command, parted, tech, lowercase a, optimal. What does the A stand for?
So it will for the alignment. You've got several
Ah,
possibilities for the alignment: known, minimal, optimal, and there is a fourth one which I don't remember by heart. But you choose your type of alignment. Of course, optimal is for you the best scenario case.
okay, now you have the command separated by semicolons. Do I?
Oh yes, yes. The semicolons, it was for you, so that you don't have to put the semicolons. You do one command at a time. I did a semicolon in the presentation to separate the commands, but it is not the semicolon that you use in the shell.
Okay, that's because I'm used to the double ands.
Yes, yes, yeah. No, 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 no. It's I took
Okay,
here a semicolon just for the presentation, but it doesn't have to appear in the shell. Yes,
then I will definitely do that.
yes.
There are actually people in.
Yes, now, yes. So, hello to Johan, 8 Ball, to Explorer, to Nathan, to Aljo. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you live on this planet.
Serge's in the evening. I'm in the morning, so we've got half of it covered.
Yes, I'm in the afternoon at the moment, Dave. It's about 4:15 in the afternoon.
And it's a 9:15 in the morning here. So let's see. Johan, Aljo, Explorer. I got you. Okay. I think those are the three I didn't have. Greeted them. Uh, First command is parted optimal. Welcome to GNU parted. Type help to view the list of commands. Okay, so it actually opens up a subsystem.
Yes, it opens parted.
Been way too long since I've done this from the command line. I've gotten very lazy doing this from the GUI so often since I uh, have USB systems that'll bring up rescue systems that have a GUI. So I admit I've gotten very lazy as much as I run Arch and sometimes Gentoo. I've gotten very lazy and gotten very GUI centric in my old age.
Yes, so at the moment, so you are in parted. Now you will tell that you will use GPT. This is why you have the command mklabel space GPT.
GPT make label GPT.
Yes.
Okay. The
That,
existing disk label on dev SDA will be destroyed and all data on this disk will be lost. Do you want to continue? Yes. Okay.
okay. Now we tell parted that we will use as units the megabit. and
Uh,
it is lowercase MIB. So it is unit space MIB, all in lowercase.
what? Since I don't remember off the top of my head, capital M. What would that be? Megabyte?
Uh, Maybe. I don't know all the units that Parted uses, and I would have to check the man page of that. But we will use, because we have that small partition, you know, the first one,
Right.
and this is why we use the megabit.
Okay. Only because in my head, usually the small letter is for bits and the large letter is for bytes.
Yes, presumably, yes. But I would have to check it in the man page to be sure.
Okay. Then that's happy with that. So next we
Yes.
get to make
So,
partition.
yes, then we create our first partition, and this is, what does it mean? mkpart make a partition. What kind of partition? A primary, and then the size is the difference between the two digits. The first digit is the start of your partition, and the second digit is the end of your partition. So there is 2 megabits between the two.
Okay. Space 3. The other question I have for you is, since this is being installed on an SSD,
Yes.
usually the recommendation is to leave 1 to 2 gigabytes unpartitioned, so that the error correction of the SSD has wiggle room to work with.
Yes, but that partition, you see, that small partition is only there in case you have a. But I don't think you are in that scenario. But for the people who have an SSD or a hard drive created by a bad manufacturer who did a bad implementation of UEFI, it copes for that scenario. And this small partition will be used if you use grub2 later. Grub will put metadata in that small place and will use this metadata.
Okay. Uh,
So at this small, it costs nothing to create it, you see. You lose
yes.
2 megs,
Yeah, but
which is
usually
nothing.
when I'm doing the GUI partitioning in Gparted,
Yes.
the large ext4 partition for root, I usually stop at 2 gigs before the end of the disk. That's what I meant. The not I know that this part is actually for the BIOS and boot,
Yes.
but usually I've heard it recommended to leave actually unpartitioned space at the end of the disk.
You see, in the Gentoo wiki, they have never mentioned that you should do this. You see, they mentioned this case for the two scenario cases: one, a bad manufacturer; the other, that small space used by Grub, and that's all. They didn't say, "Pay attention; it might be better to do this and that." So I've never read something like this.
Okay, and since we're going through the Gentoo process and following the Gentoo wiki for that, I will
Yes,
trust them in this case, and we will not do that then. Okay, make partition primary 1 to 3 megabits.
yes.
It likes that.
And then you name that, you give a name to that partition. This is why you give name one, the first partition, which name? Grub. It
Grub.
is a partition which will be used by Grub later. I mean, the metadata, to be correct.
Okay. Then we have
Then
to.
what we do, we set one to tell Parted that it is a special partition for the case of the bad manufacturer. We set one space set space one space BIOS underscore grub space on.
And this would be the equivalent in Gparted of setting a flag on the partition, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Then the second partition will be the partition where you will have your EFI, which is your EFI partition. And we have a partition of 256, if I remember correctly. Yes, 256.
Yes.
So it is mkpart space primary space 3 space 259. So the difference between the two is 256.
Okay.
That one, you give the name as boot because it will be your boot EFI partition. So name space2 space boot.
Okay.
Then you tell that you want to have, you tell parted that this will be the EFI partition by telling set to boot on.
Set the boot flag. Okay.
Then we create our third partition, which is the primary. And rather than having to calculate the exact end for the size of that partition, you put -1, which means go until the end of the disk.
Okay.
Once that is done, we gave it the name for the third partition of root FS. You can choose any name. It is not a mandatory that it has to be root FS. You can choose any name you wish. You give it a name so that for you, you remember that the third partition is your root partition.
I usually use root
Yes.
as the name, so root FS is
Yes,
fine
you can
with
put
me.
root. You are not obliged to put FS behind the name. It's just a description, a name.
Now the next command, print, that is
That
actually
shows you what have you done to see. Yes, okay, I created it. What happens exactly? And by printing it, you will see it on in the terminal what you have done until now.
Now, when you're in the parted subsystem, does
Yes.
it actually write to disk as you're putting in the commands, or does it?
Yes. You don't have the safety of fdisk, of gdisk, or cfdisk or cgdisk. It writes it immediately.
Okay.
So if you have made a mistake, you have to do it from the start again. Yes.
Okay. So 1 meg, 3 megs, 259.
And I see that you've got, I see the name you have given to the three partitions and also the flags. You see, you've got BIOS grub and you've got the ESP. I can't read it correctly, but I see this boot, comma, ESP.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
And so once you've done it, you can quit. You can quit parted, in fact.
You may need to update, etc. FS tab. Not yet. We don't.
No, not yet. We haven't put anything in /etc/fstab yet. And it is not necessary at this stage because you haven't entered the chroot environment. So at this stage, no, you create the partitions. Partitions are block devices. Now we will create a file system for these partitions. This is the second part, is creating file systems for two. The first one doesn't need a file system, but the partition number 2 and partition number 3 must have a special file system for them. The second one, a special case for EFI, and the third one, probably you will choose ext4.
Right. Question only because do partitions created by parted, if you don't specify a file system, do they default to FAT32 when something tries to access them?
No. You within parted, you might have done commands to formatting the partitions. We haven't done it because we will do it with other commands, but you can do it within parted. You define what type of formatting you would like to have for these partitions.
I asked because when I was actually clearing this disk of all the previous partitions to install on it, I wanted an empty. I was in a GUI in Rescue CD,
Yes.
and I was in gparted, and I put a new partition table on it, and I put an unformatted partition filling up the whole thing because I knew we'd wipe it out. But
Yes.
when it refreshed the devices, it came up as a FAT32 partition, and I had to clear it
Yes.
to make it blank. So that's why I asked if it defaulted to that.
Yeah, so now that we've got partitions created, we will define what kind of file system we would like to put on each partition, except the first one. And this is why you have the following commands to create and to give a special file system for partition number 2 and partition number 3.
Okay. So the command is make file system
Yes,
mkfs.vfat.
MKFS means make a file system, and the dot after it, you specify what kind of file system you are going to use. So VFAT or FAT or MS-DOS FS are the same names, you see. These are variants, but it is the same kind of command.
Okay.
The capital, okay,
Go ahead.
yes, so a space, and then the capital F is the option to tell which kind of allocation table am I going to use. A 12-bit, a 16-bit, a 32-bit. And this is why we have -F space 32 to tell that we will use a 32-bit allocation table.
FAT32. Okay.
Yes, FAT32. And you give which partition, which device you are going to use. And it is /def/SDA2 in your case.
Okay. That worked.
And then we create a file system for the third partition. And that one is a classical ext4. So you can put mkfs.ext4 space and then /def/SDA3.
Discarding device blocks.
We can't use, because I don't know the erase block size of your disk. Normally, we might have used -E and then the stride and the stripe width, but as I don't know the exact digits, I'm not going to do a mistake by giving erroneous digits for this. But it's of course better to have the right digits, and then you have the perfect alignment for your SSD.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. Discarding device blocks done. Creating file system with blah 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 blah. However many 4K blocks and
Yes.
however many inodes. File system UUID. Blah blah blah. Super
Yes.
block backups stored on blocks. Blah 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 blah.
Yes.
Allocating group tables done. Writing inode tables done. Creating journal of so many blocks done. Writing super blocks and file system accounting information done.
In short, you have no error. That's easier.
Yes, nothing came up red. I like that.
Yes. Okay, so now, because we will mount these partitions, because we would like to enter a root environment, but before that, we have to mount the partitions we have created. For one, it will be easy because /mnt/gentoo exists already on your bootable USB, but the /boot/EFI doesn't exist. This is why for the /boot/EFI, we have to create the two directories before, and then we can mount the device on it.
So the
first one is /def/SDA3, which is your root partition, and it is on that one that you want to install Gentoo. So this is the meaning of mount space /def/SDA3 space /mnt/Gentoo.
Now, the minimal live environment dumps you into the root folder of the live environment.
Yes.
Okay, just checking because I did an ls command just to see, and mount didn't come up, and then I noticed the squiggle, so I knew it's not in the root or main root directory. Mount Gentoo. Okay, SDA3 is mounted there. So next we have to make the directory to mount the boot drive to.
And the -P is for parents. It means it will create all the directories, even the missing one. And if the missing one already exists, it doesn't matter. You see, you won't have any error.
Oh, that That switch I never knew.
Yes,
So,
that's the minus p, or the minus minus parents. It's the same.
okay, so creating the EFI directory, if the parent directory boot doesn't exist, it will
It will
create it. If
create.
it already exists, it won't worry
It
about it.
doesn't mind. It will create the directory under boot.
Mount Gentoo boot.
And if both directories already exist, but it will not be the case, then you will have a warning that it already exists.
And we're going to mount dev SDA2 to mount Gentoo boot EFI. Hey, it liked it.
Yes.
That's always a good thing. Okay, verify the date. Okay. Date.
Now you have to verify the date to see if there is no skew between the real date and the date you will get in your terminal.
Saturday, February 22nd, 9:31, which is the current time here.
So,
Based off of UTC.
so you have no skew. It's the correct
Correct.
date and time.
Yes, it is.
So we don't have to change it. So that is one good thing. And now you have to change directory to go into /mnt/gentoo to fetch your stage 3 for system D.
Okay. Now, you. Would help if I knew what mouse I should be using. Okay. So I need to fetch stage 3. So W get.
No. You first you need to change directory. Aha, maybe you have done it, but at the moment I can't see in YouTube if you change directory. You need to
Yes,
change directory.
I
You
changed
change.
to Mount
Okay.
Gentoo.
Okay, because I don't see it. There are too many seconds delay between the two.
Apologies.
No, nothing. I'm just telling you. It's more than 15 seconds before I see what you type. Okay, now that you are in /m, you can do two things. Either you know the exact URL address of that stage 3 system D, and you can use wget. If you didn't know that, you can use links, and then with arrow you can go until you are in the right directory, and you can pick then the stage 3 tarball, but the stage 3 related to system D.
Okay. Just taking 1 second to respond to somebody in chat.
Yes.
So I will do it in a moment. Well, it's because I'm using a camera instead of streaming the desktop directory. Sorry for the blur. And welcome to at center. Okay. Now, wget, you sent me an email with that correct address. So wget https / not Gentoo
Yes.
dot osl / two forward slashes.
Yes, don't forget that the URL that you have in the presentation is the URL of the folder. And don't forget that wget needs the tarball. So you need to find out by another way the exact name of that tarball, because you have to put the name of the tarball after the last slash. Because the current install AMD 64 minimal is a directory.
Now, the link you sent me in the email has a double slash between the Gentoo org and releases.
No. Then it's normally that should be a mistake.
Okay. I just wanted to double check because when I clicked on it to download, it still downloaded fine.
Oh, yes, okay. Maybe they have created sort of empty, but that would be very curious. I'm going to
Releases
check it from my side.
AMD 64 auto builds. Auto builds current.
Oh, yes, you're right. There is a space between the such, so you can keep them because it worked. I did a copy of the link I found in within Firefox.
AMD 64 system D slash stage 3 AMD 64 system D 20.
Python a release date. I don't know which one you chose.
Just the one you sent me, 2020 02 18.
Oh, yes, okay.
18 dot tar dot bunzip 2.
That BZ2, yes.
And 74, 75. I do like having a decent internet connection. And it is downloaded.
Okay, it is downloaded. So we will check it. You can, once it is completely downloaded, you can do an ls to see that you have the stage 3 related to system D tarball.
Correct. It's there.
Because I am only seeing now the wget command at this moment. There is a real long delay between what you type and what I see. Okay, so once you have the tarball, we need to untar it. And how do we do this? We use the tar command, and then we use few options. X is to extract. P is to preserve all the permissions. V is for verbose, so that people in the chat can see what will happen. F is to specify the name of the tarball. Then you can use the auto completion because you're in the right directory. And then we need two special options. Both of them have a double hyphen before them. One is the extended attributes. We need them. And the other one, it's the numeric owner. And what does that mean? Well, in fact, by using this, you can assure that you have preserved the UID and the GID of the tarball, and there is no mismatch later with /etc/shadow and /etc/password. You see, it must match. And sometimes if you don't give this attribute, this option, you will fail.
Okay, so the extended attributes, single quotes around the.
So it is x hyphen x a double trs hyphen include equals single quote asterisk dot asterisk single quote space and then the double hyphen numeric hyphen owner.
Owner. Okay. Lots of locale archives. Lots of archives. La di da, la di da, la da da.
And so you will see the file system hierarchy of your system D, because you will see some folders and libraries related to system D.
And it's done extracting.
Okay. Now that we have done this, we can
Edit the
open.
make file.
Yes, we will, the make.conf, we will edit it. So we have to tell that by default, Vim is not installed during the installation. Nano, well, maybe Vi, I'm not sure. But Nano is installed as we have to change only a few lines. We don't really need Vim at this stage.
Good, because Vim is kind of like IKEA. I get into it and can't get out.
So
So 9 times out of 10, I use Nano.
yes, you see, I see /lib/systemd. You see, we've got plenty of folders and subfolders and files under /lib/systemd. I see it now on the YouTube screen.
So we're going to.
We will going to edit the make.conf file, which is under /mnt/gentoo.
/Etsy/portage.
Yes.
Portage /makeconf.
Yes.
.conf. Okay.
Okay. So I need to wait until I can see the file because we have to put several variables into that make.conf.
That's fine.
And I have to wait until I see it. So at this moment, now I see it, we've got the common flags, we've got the C flags, the C x-axis for C++, and we have for the directory for portage, the directory for the dis files, and so on. So what we need to change at this moment, it is the common flags, because the C flags will take the value of the common flags, because I see that the C flags is $ and then curly braces and the variable common underscore flags. So we will change the line of common flags.
Okay.
We can put -03, and what is it? The O stands for optimization. If you do O0, you don't want any optimization. Then you've got O1, O2, and we will go wild, then we will choose O3, which means that some packages will fail to compile, and for those packages, we will use another tool of portage to be able to compile those packages with other C flags and CXX flags. So you change the 2 into a 3.
Okay. Now, in the presentation you sent me, you also added the M architecture.
Yes, I was going to that because when I see I had only -02 and part, there must be a space between arch equals negative and 02. Okay, that's good. And okay, and what is it is the machine architecture. Why do you use native? You have a Ryzen 2nd generation, and unfortunately, the version of GCC which we will use, which is GCC version 9, doesn't cover the second version of the Ryzen. So we can't use the best optimization for your system. For instance, EB, he's got a Ryzen of the first generation.
Okay.
There, instead of native, we would have put ZNVER1 to tell the compiler that we want the best set of instructions for a Ryzen first generation. But here, as we can't use at the moment, maybe in GCC 11, we will have a full coverage of the second generation of Ryzen. Then you can optimize the system. But at this moment, it is not possible, and this is why we use native. And machine architecture equals native means it tells the compiler that it has to guess itself which is the best set of instructions for your machine.
Okay, that makes sense.
So this is one. and we can the make ops, yes. So you have to add somewhere, it doesn't matter where, you have to put the make opts in capital letter on a line, on a separate line, somewhere in that file.
Can I just add it after the flags?
Yes, you can add it wherever you want. It doesn't matter.
Oops. Equals. Double quotes.
Double quotes, and within the double quotes, minus J, and you've got 16 threads, yes?
Ryzen 2700X.
So it's 8 cores, 16 threads.
I believe so, yes.
So you put minus J 17.
17. Okay.
So I will explain, because the J is for job. So the number of jobs in general is not always the best option, but very often it is the one which is used. You take the number of threads plus 1. Now, with the new versions of GCC, each job requires between 1.5 and 2 gigabytes of RAM. So as you have put 17 jobs, you will need at least 34 gigabytes of RAM. You have them because you have 64, but for people who would have only 32 gigabytes of RAM, they should decrease the number of jobs, and they should put, I would say, not even 16, otherwise you might have no RAM for the rest. I would say about 14 or something like that would be ideal for them. You should always have at least RAM outside the compilation.
Makes sense.
So the make opts is done. So that is good.
So save it and exit.
You have to save the file. Later, we will put the grub underscore platforms variable for EFI, but at this stage, it is not necessary.
Okay.
So now we are in the path that we are going to install the base system. So the first thing we do is to select a mirror for you. You have to choose, because I don't know which is the best mirror for you with the mirror select command line. You will have an ncurses window, and within that ncurses window, you will have to choose one or several, because it's not Slackware. You can choose several mirrors if you wish, and they will appear in your make.conf. You have to pay attention that you need the double chevron, so the double greater sign, because otherwise you will overwrite your actual make.conf file.
Single chevron overwrites, double chevron writes into.
Yes, it appends. A double chevron appends to a file. A single chevron overwrites the file.
Let's see. Portage. Make.conf. Okay. Let's see. Ncurses. Czech Republic.
So you have to go to choose United States of America, and within the all the mirrors in the United States of America, you have to choose the mirrors close to where you live.
Now, do you recommend the FTPs or the HTTPSs?
Yeah, you can choose. It's up to you.
Have you ever noticed any difference in speeds?
No, I haven't. No, because you see now that they have been hacked. In any case, you will. It will take a long time, because they will put you in quarantine, and they will check at the beginning of the update what happens, and at the end of the update, and it takes several minutes. So it doesn't matter that you choose HTTPS, FTP, or HTTP. Even with HTTP or FTP, it will still take a long time, because they check everything now, so that you don't have a corrupted portage tree on your system. The lesson has been learned.
Makes sense. Okay. Mirrors are chosen and written into the make.conf. So I chose the ones that are nearest to me. I chose several.
Yes, it's good.
Factory. So the next thing you have me doing is making the repos.
Yes, you see the double hyphen parents or the single hyphen p is the same. It's an option for makedir to tell that you can create several directories and subdirectories in one go. In this case, we create the directory repos.conf, which doesn't exist. The other one exists, but you will see it will not complain.
Repos.conf. I'm just used to .conf being file names, not directories.
No, the .conf is a file. But here it is a directory because you will have a .conf under that directory.
Okay.
In
So
the next line, you will see that we copy an existing file to that under that directory, which is newly created.
Gentoo user share portage share portage config repos config repos conf, and we're going to copy that to. I'll be so much happier when we cheroot in and I don't have to do this mount Gentoo anymore.
Yes. But at the moment, we haven't cherooted yet.
Gentoo Etsy portage repos conf Gentoo conf repos conf Gentoo mount Gentoo Etsy portage repos conf Gentoo conf. Okay, that is copied over.
So that is copied over. So we can have a look at that file. So you could do less LESS slash space slash MNT slash Gentoo. You can use the tab completion because it works in the shell. For slash MNT slash Gentoo slash etc slash portage slash, and then the file, the Gentoo.conf, presumably. Yes, so slash repos.conf slash Gentoo.conf. Gentoo.conf is the file. You can open it see it in the terminal with less to see if it corresponds to what should normally be in that file.
Main repo is Gentoo.
So main repos, I will take it. Main repos is Gentoo, good. And then you've got a Gentoo section within square brackets.
Yes.
The location should be slash user slash portage. The sync
no, location is slash var slash database slash repo slash Gentoo.
That is different. Okay. The sync type? Do you have rsync?
Sync type, yes, rsync.
Okay, the sync URI is rsync colon /rsync.gentoo.org / Gentoo-portage.
Correct.
Then you've got autosync is equal to yes.
Correct.
Sync rsync verify jobs is equal to 1.
Correct.
Sync rsync verify the meta manifest is equal to yes.
Correct.
The verified maximum age is 24.
Correct.
And then you've got plenty of OpenGPG key refresh variables.
Correct.
Okay, you've got 40, 1200, 260, and 4.
Correct.
Okay, so it's good. So now that we have it, you can have the command for to copy the DNS of the resolve.conf of your live environment into your future chroot environment. So the minus minus D reference is the same as CP hyphen a capital L and then the file /etc/resolve.conf without E for resolve.
Reference. Let's see. Let's see. Resolve.conf. Going to mount Gentoo. Let's see. Okay.
Okay, this is done. And without error, presumably?
Nothing showed up.
Okay, that's good. When nothing shows up, it's good. There's no error. Otherwise, you've got an error or warning at least. Then what do? At last, we mount different types of file system and devices, on your /mnt/gentoo. But there are two missing lines for you because you will do systemd. So we will have to add, you have 3 lines and we will add 2 more, but I will tell them to you. But you need to type those ones because those ones are mandatory and the last 2 ones are for systemd.
Okay, mount types.
So instead of double hyphen types, a single hyphen T is the same.
Okay.
I gave the long option, but you can choose the short option if you want.
Now,
Yes.
mount types proc. So we're mounting.
You are mounting the proc that you have
in the live
on
environment.
your live environment. You put it in the future chroot environment.
Okay.
And the same for sys and the same for dev. And then the same, we still have two lines for
systemd.
Yes, for systemd, yes. But I will tell them when you have done those 3 lines.
Now the other 2 lines are rbind, not types.
So you've got so 2 lines is hyphen rbind. Yes, it's not types here.
Okay.
You bind the real sys to /mnt/gentoo/sys. You bind the real dev to /mnt/gentoo/dev.
So what's the difference between r-binding and just straight up mounting?
Because you need. So I would have to go into the man page again to see the full explanation of the hyphen r-bind, but it has a special functionality which you need for system for dev, and this is why they use it.
I am not going to argue with the experts.
In the man page, but I don't know all the man pages. I know some options of some commands, but I can't know every single option of all those commands, you see. And mount has plenty of options.
Mount div. Okay, those 3 are done.
So those 3 are done, and now you have to take those 2 ones. You will type 1, then arrow up, and you will change only one thing for the last one. So the 4th one will be mount space hyphen make hyphen r slave space. Mount space double hyphen make hyphen r slave space /mnt/gentoo/sys.
Mount hyphen hyphen make hyphen r slave space mount Gentoo sys.
Yes, that's one. Enter.
Okay.
And then arrow up, and you change dev, you change sys, sorry, and you replace it with dev, dev.
The make r slave to dev. Okay.
Yes.
No
So
errors.
that's done.
Yes.
Okay, this is done. So now, finally, for you, we can root into the MNT Gentoo, and you do it with chroot space slash MNT slash Gentoo space, and then you specify the shell. It's better to take a shell which you find on almost any Linux distributions, which is slash bin slash bash. You don't do fancy things at this stage with fish or ZSH, because you see some commands might not work because of the idiosyncrasy of ZSH and fish.
Okay. We are in.
So you are in. Now we have changed. We are in a new environment. We have rooted. We have to source the profile of the rooted environment, and this is why you have source space slash etc slash profile.
Okay.
So the export, the PS1 is the prompt shell one, is the thing you can see at the moment. It's something like, I can't see because there's something before a wheel before me, there's live CD, presumably, or something like that. And we will change it so that we remember that we are in a rooted environment. And this is why you have the export PS1 command. So it's export space PS1 equals, and then within double quotes, chroot within parentheses, or you can choose square brackets or whatever you want, space, dollar, curly brace, PS1. Has the prompt changed? Because at the moment, as I've got 15 seconds delay between what you type and what I still see the previous prompt. But you should have chroot at the left on the prompt.
Yes.
Okay, because I don't see it. Huh? You might have it already, but I don't see it on the screen. Then, once we've done it, we can, in fact, download the portage tarball. And this is the command emerge-webrsync. This will, in principle, download the portage tarball.
Emerge web sync and emerge sync.
Yes, but don't do the emerge sync. I
Okay.
put it in the slide, but we will do only the emerge -webrsync because we might have warnings.
Section Gentoo in repos.conf has location attribute set to non-existent directory.
Yes.
var database repos Gentoo.
Yes, okay, this is normal. But did it fail, or does it continue?
Fetching number sent. Total cleaning up. Global updates. 6 new items. E-select. And I see no error messages.
No error messages, but do you have a tarball?
Fetching file 2020-0221 ls. Gentoo.
So I will wait until I see the end of the command, because at this moment. So you have no error in the output?
No, but I don't see a tarball other than the stage 3 AMD.
Okay. It's. I think it's all. Maybe it has created. We will see it. So could you type pwd to see where we are at this moment?
We are at the root, the slash.
Okay. Do you have a USR directory?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. That's what we needed to have. Okay. So now that we have done this, you can do the. It's not exactly necessary, but we can see what will happen. You can emerge hyphen sync to get the latest to update, because you see you had a snapshot. It was from the 18th of February, and we are the 22nd. So to get the latest packages, we need to sync with today with the official Gentoo repos,
Which is
because now you are
which is
in your rooted
221.
environment, and that is the command emerge space hyphen sync.
Syncing repository Gentoo into var database repos Gentoo. Using keys, server address, name, number of files.
Yes, it's normal. These are normal warnings.
Receiving incremental file list.
Yes. Okay, that's good. Yes, there is an excellent video of Teach Angry show on YouTube, and he tells what kind of people might try Gentoo. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you have you're an advanced user or that you have a lot of knowledge. It has more to do with the fact that someone who is willing to learn, who has the patience, and who knows that he might get issues and errors, and he's prepared to search on the web or in the forums how to fix his issues. That's the kind of a person Gentoo is for. If you are too impatient, don't try Gentoo.
Yeah, patience is a little rare these days with everything just working in so many distros. The
Yes.
other thing is that I don't know in schools anymore how much is taught to students how to seek answers for themselves.
Yes, that's true. During my generation, I mean, it's in the 60s, we had to search for by ourselves. I mean, we had to go through all the steps until we could find the solution to our problems, because there was no internet at that time. So you couldn't search on the net to help you. You had to do all by yourself.
Back when they actually had card files in libraries.
Yes, I went to libraries at that time to hire some books and read them and so on, and try to find a solution in the books, or buy some books secondhand and see if the solution was there. We had to do a lot of things and reason.
Not sure how
So you
quick
see,
your system will catch up, but
okay, you are in quarantine, you see, and this takes a few minutes now, because once they have been hacked
right. No, it's
a
already
while
done.
ago,
Return code equals 0, so it
okay, that's
worked.
good. It worked. But if something suspicious happens, it will abort. and you won't be corrupted. Your own portage tree won't be corrupted. So this is done. This means that later, when we will emerge some packages, we will have the latest version of those packages, which might be mandatory, in some cases. So we have them. Now, could you type eSelect profile list, but not the double ampersand? We have to see what kind of profile you have. You will see that your profile has a particular asterisk behind it, and I need to see it. To see, you should be in a system D without desktop. You should be in the 17.0 or .1.
17.1 system D stable.
System D stable without desktop in the line.
Correct. There's no
And
desktop
there is
listed.
an asterisk. There is an asterisk behind it.
Correct.
So we don't have to change it. If it wasn't the case, that would have been eSelect profile set N, and you would have put, instead of N, the number which is before. Now I can see the list. I can't see the number, but it would be the number into within
29.
square brackets that you have at the uttermost left. You see, but as you are on the right profile, because you have chosen a stage 3 table with system D, you have the right profile immediately.
Okay.
Otherwise, have you downloaded another stage 3 table, you would have been obliged to change your profile and to update your system so that your system has system D, because normally you don't have system D by default.
Which you would do with eSelect profile set.
Yes, you eSelect profile set and then space, and then you put a number, and that number has to match the profile you would like to choose.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now we will re-edit the make.conf, but now you are within the chroot environment, so you don't have to put /mnt/gentoo. You can edit it directly, so you can edit /etc/portage/make.conf, because we will put the use flags.
It's the same as before. It just lists the mirrors that I chose.
Yes, of course. Now we will add the use flag, you see, and the use flag, the variable use in the make.conf has to be as minimal as possible. Why? The make.conf tells Portage to check for packages which have your use flags. And if you have too many use flags, at one moment or another, you will have conflict between packages, because one package will be able to do that and another might not. So in the make.conf, you take only the fundamental use flags you need. For instance, if you wanted to install later KDE Plasma, it might be wise to put Qt5 or KDE, for instance. If you intend to use GNOME 3, it might be interesting to put GTK in it, you see? But here, as we do it as a server and not as a desktop, I mean, now we will do it later, so we don't put those use flags, but we will put the two I mentioned in the presentation. Python, why? Because Portage is written in Bash and Python, so it is logical to give Python all the support we need. And bindist, at the beginning, we use bindist, and later we might have to remove it from the use. But during the installation, it is recommended to put a bindist into the use flags.
Okay, so in the make.conf file, you want it as slim as possible.
Yes.
Because it's going to do every emerge that you do.
Okay. The use flags you put in make.conf tells that any package you want to emerge in the future must have support for the use flags you write in this make.conf. And you have to be minimal, because if you have a shatload or a gazillion of use flags here, you will have conflicts one day or another. And you don't want to have that on Gentoo. You want to avoid those conflicts. And to avoid those conflicts, you need a minimal make.conf. You can later, and that is interesting within Gentoo, you can tell per package what kind of use flags you would like, but it will be only for that package or for a group of packages, but not for all packages. Here, these use flags are for all packages.
That explains some of the problems I had when I was first learning Gentoo. Because I
Yes.
used to just, they had a long list in the old install wiki or
Yes,
handbook.
but nowadays you don't do like that anymore. You choose a minimal set of use flags in the make.conf, and then you define in the package.use. You can define as many use flags you wish, but it will be for one package or for a set of a group of packages. But you don't do that in the global. Here it is your global.
Okay, saved and
So
exited.
yes, save and exit. And then we can, oh, you have to replace, it was my case, Europe, Brussels, you have to put America / and then choose a location that you know, or you can have a look at /USR/share/zone info to see, it's up to you. If you know by heart, then you replace Europe by America and Brussels by the location you know. Otherwise, you have a look in the right directory of all the available locations and you choose the right location.
I have yet to come across a Linux distro that doesn't have America/Chicago.
Oh, yes, then it should be there. You will
Because
have an error if it cannot find America/Chicago.
I'm
So,
60 miles north of Chicago, so it works out real
so
nice.
here we have only a single chevron because time zone hasn't been defined yet. So it doesn't matter that we override this file because we haven't put anything by ourselves in that file. So we can overwrite it if it exists, and if it doesn't exist, it will create it.
Okay.
And then we will see with your use flags if it will install with the -03, if it will install it or not. We'll see. Because
config.
you have put it into the time zone, and now you tell Portage that you would like to have time zone-data matching the time zone you did put in the file /etc/time zone.
Which is syslibs/time zone data.
Yes, and you see --config. It is to make a configuration of that. You see, so you will have 1 or 2 lines after entering that command. You will see.
Configuring package, updating etc local time with user share zone info America Chicago.
Yes, that's good. So you've got the right time zone. So now we will generate your locales. And to do this, first you need to edit the /etc/local.gen. I think on Arch Linux, you also have that kind of things, no?
Yes.
The pure Arch way, you have to edit.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So here, you need to comment out the 2 lines which have en_us for you.
Which are actually the first 2 in the file.
Oh, you to the first 2 in the file, okay.
Control out, control close.
Yes, you need to uncomment. You need a UTF-8. That's for sure. At least one UTF-8 is necessary, and the other one, the ISO, might be useful. It's not absolutely necessary, but you can have them.
Then generate the locales with locale-gen, locale-gen.
Yes, then you generate the locale with locale-gen. Probably the same in Arch Linux.
Yes, generating 3 locales.
Yes, and then you need to list all the locales available, and then here we'll have to set n and give the right number for n, because by default it will not choose, I think, your locale, because you have just defined it.
So eSelect
Locale list, To list all, you should have 4 or 5 of them at the most.
6 and then 1 unnumbered.
Okay, then you have to put eSelect locale set and choose the number corresponding to the English US UTF-8.
Okay, because the 3 that match up are English US, the ISO, and English US, the UTF-8.
But in the locale list, what is it? You don't have C or POSIX?
Yeah, C and then C UTF-8, then POSIX, then
Okay,
English
but you
US.
have no asterisk, so you have to define it. You see, otherwise, if it was defined, you would have an asterisk behind one of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think 4, 5, 6. You have to put 6. So I think it is eSelect locale space set space 6. If I read it correctly, that 6 is ENUS UTF-8.
Yes, you did.
That's okay. Then it is that one. eSelect space locale space set space 6. Enter.
Okay, and it says run dot space slash /etc slash profile to update the variable.
Yes, but you will have it. So if you do the last command in the presentation, source space slash etc profile does that, the dot space slash etc slash profile.
Do you want me to do the environment update first?
Yes, you can do the environment, and there you can do the ampersand and all of them. And when you do this, I am going away for a few seconds and I come back.
Okay.
All right.
Oops. PS1 equals the cheroot PS1. Oh, $, idiot. $PS. Oh, would help if you actually paid attention to what you're doing, David. Squiggle. PS1 squiggle double quote enter regenerating LDSO cache. Okay. We'll go back. Hey, Lemur. Hey, Farron. Hello.
So you did it, and you are in the cheroot prompt shell, yes?
Correct, and it's done regenerating.
It's done the regenerating. Okay. So, okay. Now we need to emerge a few packages before entering the kernel configuration. So, to do this, this is the first case I will show, is we need to give a special use flag for a package for to get the experimental. The experimental use flag will enable us to have access within the menu config of the kernel to get access to the Zen architecture. Without it, you wouldn't have access. I mean, normally, because I don't know, I am on the kernel 4.19, but we will use the kernel 5.5, which is different. So I don't know if it is already included. It might have changed. I don't know, but it's better to put the experimental use flag for that package. So how do you do this? You need to create a file which doesn't exist called etc/portage/package.use.
Okay.
And give it the name Gentoo source. It's better to give the name of the package you will install so that you remember why you did create that file in package.use.
Okay. Nano is open with an empty file.
Is an empty file, which is normal, and you put the line sys-kernel, this is the category, slash Gentoo-sources, which is a package, space experimental.
Syskernel / Gentoo sources space experimental.
Okay, but now we need, because you want the other line is not good, you see, the one with the sys-kernel to immerse that package, we can't do it that way because you want it to have the 5.5 kernel, yes?
Correct.
So to do this, you have to put, so I'm still seeing at this moment that you are editing.
It's saved and closed.
Yes, okay, so I know it. I'm only seeing what you are doing now. You see, if you don't specify a version, it's good. Then you can do category / application. But you need a special version of the Gentoo sources. You would like to have the 5.5. So you need to put an equal sign before the line. So the second line in your presentation for slide number 7 should be emerge space, and we will put V also. You can put -AV. The -A is to ask, the -V is verbose, so that people in the chat will see what will happen.
Okay.
And you put an equal sign before sys-kernel / Gentoo sources -5.5. And we will see what it will do. Otherwise, I will check and I will give you the exact denomination of that package.
Gentoo. So it's emerge space tech AV space equals no space.
Equals no space. Directly after the equal signs, you put the category, which is sys-kernel, and then /, and then you give the name of the package, which is Gentoo-sources, and then you need to give the version. So I can give it to you because I have the Gentoo sources of the website of that, and it will be Gentoo-sources -5.5.5. And enter, and you will have a warning or an error that it can't do it because for one reason, and I will explain why and how to fix it.
Masked by the AMD 64 keyword.
Yes, okay. This happens very often. So you can't show it because you are in console, and we haven't EIX already installed. We will show it later for other packages. There are 4 colors for the packages on Gentoo. The green one is a stable one. A yellow one is an unstable, which means the maintainer of that package on Gentoo hasn't tested all the possibilities, because sometimes there are many use flags and he has to test all those use flags or the vast majority of them on different architectures, and he hasn't tested them yet. You have the red color, which is masked. This means you shouldn't use that package unless you are someone who would like to help debugging that package. And you've got a gray color, which means that package is not available for your architecture. In this case, the 5.5.5 is yellow. You don't see it in console, but you have it because you have the tilde AMD 64. You see that? Masked
Yes.
by tilde.
Yes.
Oh. So what do we do to install such package? And it is the same for all the packages you will see later, which will have the masked by tilde AMD 64. You edit a file, so nano space -w,
Okay.
space /etc
Okay.
/portage
Okay.
/package dot accept underscore keywords with an S. So it is package dot accept ACCEPT underscore keywords.
And it opens an empty file.
Because it's normal, because that file doesn't exist. And in that file, it is the same as the one under package.use. You put the category slash application that in this case we will begin for the 5.5.5. How do we do this? You put equals sys-kernel and no space after the equal sign, sys-kernel slash Gentoo sources 5.5.5 space tilde AMD64.
Was it capital AMD or small AMD?
No, small. Exactly like you saw masked by, it was in lowercase AMD64. So it is equal, no space after equal. sys-kernel slash Gentoo sources 5.5.5 space tilde AMD64. You tell Portage that you accept this package. Even though it is unstable, you accept it to be emerged. And as you have put an equal sign, it is only valid for that package.
Okay.
In the future, when you will have an update and you would like to have the kernels, for instance, 5.5.6, you just put a greater than sign in front of the equal sign. And that means any package from Gentoo sources whose version is greater or equal than 5.5.5, I would like to have the unstable branch of that package, and I would like you to merge that package. But in this case, the one I saw on the website is 5.5.5. We will start with that one. So you can save it, and now you can try to emerge it again, and normally you shouldn't have any complaint by Portage that he's unable to install that package.
2 packages, 2 new. Sys development, BC 106, and the sys kernel Gentoo sources.
I have to see. The problem is with that 15 seconds delay, I don't see.
Oh, no, that's fine.
That's fine. So it is emergenic?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Because we need.
Brought up 2.
2.
It
is normal. Because it is the first time, BC has to be installed because the compiler will need it later. So you can say yes or enter. It will, by default, it will be yes if you do enter. And you see you have no complaint, and the tilde on the second one is related to the fact that it is still the AMD64, and you have also a capital N, which is new. It is a new package. That package doesn't exist on your system yet.
So if it already existed, it would be a U for update?
Yeah, no. It will be either a U for an upgrade. It could be a R for a rebuild. It could be a U and a capital D for an upgrade, but which is in fact a downgrade, and so on.
Okay.
We will see an S for a new slot. There are plenty of possibilities. So BC didn't fail, and now we will see for the Gentoo sources. You see, it is applying the Gentoo kernel is patch very beautifully. You see all those patches applying patch number, applying patch, and so on.
Yes. And it finished without error on my system, so as soon as yours is up.
Okay, so I see all the lines from /usr/source. So we need to emerge other packages which will be needed for the kernel, and we will immerse them, and we can put them on the same line, no problem. We will have one problem with Linux-firmware, and I will explain how to solve that issue. But you can put the 4 packages, the Gentoo-next, the Linux-firmware, the PCI utils, and the USB utils.
Syslabs USB utils.
So you are not always obliged to put the category before the package. If the package is unique on the Gentoo repos, you can only put that name. It's enough. Sometimes there is the same name under different categories, and that's why you have to put then the category / name of the package. But if the name of the package is unique, it is enough to put only the name of the package, and you are not obliged to put the category before. But if you use an equal sign or things like that, then you have to put the full denomination of category / package and the version.
Okay.
But without equal sign and things like that, you can give the name of the package if you wish so.
Next. Okay.
So you will have a warning with Linux-firmware, you will see.
License changes are necessary to proceed.
Okay, so how do you fix that? So you need, it is, I think it is a file. So you need to edit a file.
Now, question.
Yes.
It says total 13 packages. The following license changes are necessary to proceed.
Yes.
See package license and portage for more details.
Yes.
Required by syskernel Linux firmware. But then it says, would you like to add these changes to your config files?
Yes, but you can do it automatically by saying yes, but we won't do this. We will do it manually.
Okay.
So you say no.
All right.
And you enter, and then we will edit a file so that we will put the line with the Linux firmware and with the 2 use flags needed for that package for the license. And what file is it? It is so nano space -w space /etc /portage /package.license. I think it is a file. And you have to put the exact line, so I will note it because it might be a problem. It's sys-kernel. It is Linux-firmware. And you have Linux FW redistributable, and the other one is no source code. Okay, no source code. So I've written them because you won't see them when you are in the file.
Right.
The file will be empty and you won't have access to see that.
File is open.
Yes, the file is open. So you put sys-kernel.
Okay.
/Linux-firmware.
Okay.
Space Linux-FW-redistributable.
Linux-FW-redistributable.
The FW means firmware, so Linux-FW-redistributable space no-source-code.
No-source-code.
Yes, you save it and exit.
Okay.
And then you go back again, arrow up until you get the emerge command with the 4 packages.
No error messages. Would you like to emerge them?
Yes, now you have no more complaint. Yeah, you say yes, or you press enter, which will be yes. At this moment, for me, what I see is totally blurred. I think the camera has changed. I mean, maybe a movement. I can't read anything anymore. And in the chat, I think it should be the same.
They spoke about it being blurry.
It's totally blurry. I can't read it. But yes, now I see it. Perfect. Now it's perfect. And we will see if some packages fail because we have -03.
Merging 3 of 13.
Yes. You will have an error in red if the package fail. A package is failing because of the -03.
Merging 5.
Yes.
And we're just about halfway done.
Yes. It's not sure they will fail, or they might fail because -03 is going wild. It is not recommended by Gentoo, so they recommend -02, and it is up to you if some packages fail when you choose -03.
Well, considering how often I break my system, sometimes on purpose, it's worth it to try.
Yes, it's because some packages you can't compile them with -03. They need -02 at the most, and then we have to create a special environment for those packages.
It's using GCC 9.2. Do you know when the 11 is due out?
Oh, so next I think maybe later this year you might have the 10, but I'm not sure. So 11 will be in 2021 or 22.
Okay.
Because they don't go because you need a stable version of GCC. It takes a long time
Right.
before you get that one. You could try the unstable branch of GCC, but then you might have a lot of failures. And unless you are a developer, this is not a thing you would like to have. But some people love it and debug it. There are people who are on a release candidate of GCC, and they report all the bugs they see so that the progress is faster thanks to them.
The packages and programs that I put on my system, I'm willing to go cutting edge, but the tools to build them, I prefer stable.
Yes. This is why you are on the version 9.2, because it is the latest stable version of GCC. The 10th is available, but then it's up to you to fix the issues.
Do you know what the boost package does? Because it's huge.
It's huge, yes. You will need it certainly later for, I don't remember which one is ICU. ICU is required by a lot of packages, and Boost is one of them. I know that LibreOffice needs Boost, but probably some other packages from the 4 we have needs Boost.
And I actually don't even use LibreOffice.
No, but I think it's not the Linux firmware. Maybe GenKernel Next might use. I have to check in the e-build of those 4 packages which one has has Boost as a dependency, and then I can tell you for sure which one it is. I will try to see while Boost is compiling.
It's it just finished installing on
That's
my
good
system.
because normally it's a long package. I will see the e build.
I can't even conceive of trying to do this on like 4 gigs of RAM.
No, that would be terrible.
Merging 8, merging 9, emerging 10. Makes me feel like I'm using the AUR with all the checking and configuring and making.
Oh yes.
And on my system, it finished without error.
Yeah, that's good. I'm checking still to find that package. I haven't found it yet. I would have to check it. I don't know. So, but it's not that important. I have to check which one has that one as dependency. So, as we did accept the license for the firmware, and we've got Gen kernel next, we have all this. We still need to emerge another package because we will use the compression is emerge minus AV LZ4. See if you have a warning that you need to put the category in front of it, but I don't think so. So emerge space minus AV space LZ4.
LZ4.
Yes, it is a compression we will use for the kernel.
One package to reinstall.
It's already installed. So you have only a capital R.
Correct.
So I have to wait until I see the line because with that 15 seconds delay, I don't see it. So if it is already installed, we don't need to reinstall it.
App-arch LZ4-1.9.2 colon 0 slash R132 colon
Yes,
colon Gentoo.
I see. It's an R. So no. So we have it. Okay, that's good. So you say no. If we have it, we don't need to rebuild it because we haven't changed any use flags for that package, so we don't have to rebuild it.
Okay.
So good. We have it. So now we will edit the FS tab.
No. W. Let's see. FS table. Okay.
So you can put the two lines at the end of the file. You see the one with /dev/ no, sorry. So we will go out because you told me that you wanted the UUID. Yes?
I can switch it over to UUID later.
Okay. Otherwise, if you do that, don't forget that you will have to update with the grub mkconfig because you've changed fstab. So don't forget that. But otherwise,
In that case, let me.
you can go out of the file and do blkid to see what are the UUIDs of /dev/sda2 and /dev/sda3. Then you have
SDA2, SDA3. Why is block ID taking so freaking long? There it is. Okay.
And you have the right. I think you can
3D
highlight it, the ones which will be needed, and then if you have a mouse with a middle one, a scroll wheel, if you click on the scroll wheel, it will paste it into when you will be in the /etc/fs tab, you can paste it. If I remember correctly, I think there is support for the GPM mouse.
So middle mouse?
You need to highlight the one for SDA2 because it's SDA2 and SDA3 that you will need to.
Okay, once it's highlighted, how do I cut it
So,
or copy it?
you highlight it, then you go into the file, and when you are into the file, you go at the last line of the file, and you can paste it, I think, by clicking on the scroll wheel of that mouse.
Sweet.
But you will have to go back again, so you can type that line, save it, go back to the terminal to be able to highlight the second one, go back to FSTAP and paste it. And this is why some people do SSH. When you do SSH, you can use all the copy and paste of the host, and you can paste them easily into the other machine easily, but you don't have in this case.
Now, I forget from my other. Oh, why don't I just go here?
So you need to copy and paste /dev/sda2, the UUID for that one.
I've got them both copy and pasted. While I'm checking on one thing, uh, don't have the double quotes in the FS table. Okay.
No double quotes in the FS table. After the equal sign, no. For the UUID, you don't need it.
That's what I was double checking on.
Yes.
Okay. Now.
So no double quotes, and then you can put the other options. So if you have pasted the UUID of SDA2, it will be, the mount point will be /boot/EFI with capital letters for EFI. The type of file system will be VFAT. The option will be defaults, no time, and we will do nothing, no dump, no check. That's why you put 00.
Okay. Really? Really? And of course, the laptop, I had the presentation open on a old MacBook that I had and didn't have it plugged in, and the battery died. Okay.
Oh, yes.
So, let's see. SDA2 goes to boot EFI.
Yes. And SDA3 go to /
Boot.
Hopefully, you haven't interchanged the UUIDs of those two partitions. Otherwise, you will have a serious problem.
Well, unless I rewrite the partitions.
No, but we will check it. We will check it. You have to write the lines correctly in /etc/fstab, and then we will go back and see the UUIDs of the output of BLKID, and then we will recheck your fstab before compiling the kernel, because with GenKernel needs fstab to compile the kernel correctly.
Well, considering I copy and pasted, like you said,
it should be okay, but we will check it.
ext4, defaults no A time.
because this, you see, if you don't check it now, you might compile the kernel, the compilation might be okay, but you would not be able to boot because it is reversed. The partitions are reversed.
All right. Control Alt to right. Okay, I have saved it and closed it.
So now that you are outside fstab, you can see the output of BLKID. It is still in the console. You should be able to read it, and then you can check fstab again to see if it matches.
3D87 3043, that matches 7528 C87D CA2B 4201 8B62 E4D5 F8684 AF5. Yes, they match.
Okay, they match. Both match. Okay. Both UUIDs match. Yes.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So now that they match, we can enter the sources of the Linux kernel, and we can go into the longest part of this video. It is the menu config of Gen kernel.
5 minutes.
But I have to see if systemd needs, maybe I forgot something with a systemd.
Systemd wiki Gentoo.
Oh yes, you can't do that command. We have to do two commands for the. So where are you? You didn't enter the gen kernel yet. We have to.
No, I only changed the directory to the source.
Yeah, you change the directory is nothing. That is good. Do only that command because we have to do something else before, because I see that systemd needs two things before compiling the kernel.
Under the systemd wiki, under the kernel
yes,
section?
we need to do the symlink for /proc /self/mouse and /etc mtab, and then we need to edit the gen kernel configuration file because systemd needs udef equals yes, otherwise it will fail, which I don't have. You see, for me, it's the first time. I've never done a systemd on Gentoo, and I'm not accustomed to these.
Okay, the link.
These particular things of systemd.
The link command you talked about was for the mtab.
So one is ln space -sf /proc /self/mouse to space /etc mtab. This is one.
Okay, sf proc self mounts going to etc mtab tab. Okay, that link is made.
So that link is made. Then the second one, we need to edit the /etc /genkernel.conf.
Okay, no. W etc genkernel.conf. Okay.
And there is a line with udef, or you have to create it, but you have udef in capital letters equals within double quotes yes.
Udev?
Udev in capital letters, UDEV equals
yes.
Yes.
Okay, it exists. I just had to uncomment it.
I take this you have to uncomment. Then you have to save the file.
Saved and exited?
Saved and exited. And now you can execute the command with gen kernel space --- menu config space --- make opts equals -J17 space all.
Okay. So kernel menu config.
And before, yes, I forgot, because this will take a habit. Of course, there is going to be plenty of explanation. We won't see the real time. But the next time we do it, we will put time in front of it, and then you have exactly how long it took. But as I will explain, the menu config, it can take 1 hour or more. It will depend. It doesn't matter for this time. But the next time we do a recompilation of the kernel with an update or an upgrade of the kernel, then we can use that command.
Okay. Make options equals
Minus
J17
hyphen J17
space all.
Space all.
Okay.
And we will enter the menu config, and there we have a lot of things to do. I've got 5 pages with parameters that we have, but I have reduced them, so.
Okay, where do you want to start? It's up.
It's up. I have to wait because I have a 15 seconds delay before I see the menu config. I need to see it because otherwise it would be too difficult to imagine.
Okay, no, I understand.
So I will wait. And because it's waiting, I will go a few seconds away and then I come back.
Okay. It will give me a chance to. No, Gentoo silent left. Off to my left. Gotta go. Dinner time. Good luck. Thank you, Johan. Oh my God, still going. Yep, still going. Of course. With all the utils I use, nvenc CUDA, all done in less time than it takes you to say Gentoo. Yeah, well. Installing Salient OS is the equivalent of Sabian or Redcore, doing Gentoo that way, which would be a lot quicker, but this is basically building it up from the foundation stones, so that's why it's taking so long. And good afternoon, Ben. Though still morning, another hour for me. Which gave me a chance to catch up on the chat.
Yes. Okay. So the first thing we do, we will go in each one of them, you see, and we will select what we need to do for the customization of the kernel. I won't explain all because there are more than 2,000 parameters in that menu config, but I will show and explain most of them. So the first thing we go with the arrow, you go down and you go into general setup and enter.
Compile also drivers which will not load.
So I need, that's the problem is I will have to wait always 15 seconds before I see.
Nope, that's fine.
Yes, that's fine for you, but for me on YouTube, I know.
No, it gives me a chance to take a sip of coffee.
Oh yes, okay, that's good, because it will be like that for all these options. That's the problem. That's okay. It's like that. So you see, it has chosen by default the 64-bit kernel on the previous screen.
Yes.
And okay, so the second one, you go with the arrow down and you choose the local version. So arrow down and you enter. Because it is selected, you enter it.
Please enter a string value.
So you need to enter a string value. So you type hyphen and a name you wish, Dreaming Wolf, or it will be your kernel. So it is hyphen, and then you give some string, which is related for you.
So hyphen Dreaming Wolf, that works.
Yes, that works for sure.
Okay.
Okay. Then we need to go into the kernel compression mode.
Okay.
Yes, I have to wait because now I only see that you will type hyphen Dreaming Wolf. It's what I see now. So we'll have to wait until I see there is a window and you have several compression modes.
Yes.
And one by default is gzip. This I know by heart.
Correct.
But other ones, and you have to select the LZ4 one.
LZ4.
So we'll wait. LZ4. So you go with the arrow down and you select that one. And
Okay.
we will see if it has a change from gzip to LZ4. In fact, it is better to put maybe the space bar does it, or by selecting it, it should put an X into LZ4. We will see it.
When I hit the spacebar, which is normally in an end
Yes,
curses menu to highlight something, it
yes, yes,
automatically chose it and went back to the previous screen.
yes, yes. It's good because I see that the compression mode is LZ4. So that is good. Now we need to go in the line CPU task.
All right, one question real quick. Can
Yes.
I put default host name is for the computer?
Yeah, yeah. We will do that later. You don't need it here in the kernel.
Okay.
So we will go to editing sequence CPU slash task time and stats accounting. We go into that sub menu.
Okay. I wonder why Jitsi has such a delay.
It's all always. I had it with Hangout. I had it with StreamYard. Maybe because I am in Europe, you're in the United States of America, and it takes so long. I don't know, but with Adrian, it was not so long. There was a delay, but not as long as here. But here, you see, I still have. Okay, now I can see it, and we have to go enable extended accounting. You have to put an asterisk, so you have to press the spacebar for within the square brackets of enable extended accounting over task stats.
Okay.
You see, even that, when you choose an option, it takes more than 15 seconds to appear. That is a problem. And if you have it before your eyes, because I don't have it, there should be, once you enable that, there should be a per task storage input output. Do you have that?
Yes.
You have to enable, it must be an asterisk also.
Okay.
Okay, then we can go out of that one. So you go with the arrow key, you go to exit, and you go to the previous screen.
Okay. And we will wait till you get back there.
Yes. You see, this will add 15 seconds times more than 100 because we have more than 100 parameters to. Yes. Okay, you go to control group support. This is system D will ask that. You go to control group support and you press enter.
Okay.
Okay. There, what we need to have. So the CPU is good. So in that one, I think we have everything because I don't see um, the option I wanted. So we will go out.
Exclude logic helps includes okay.
So in this one, we need to see a line with support init RAM disk LZ4. We need to see if you have such a line somewhere.
For in what section?
In this one, so we have to check. So we will first go, because this will have to do. We have to find a line with complex optimization level. We have to enter that one. It must be somewhere.
Under control group support?
No, not
Okay.
under control group support. There is a line telling complex optimization level somewhere.
Compiler optimization level.
Sorry, compiler optimization level. Yes,
Yep, found
that
it.
one. You found it?
Yes.
And it should be, we have to enter it if it's possible, and check performance.
There are two options. It says optimize for performance.
And optimize for size, and by default, it must be size.
It is.
You must change it to performance.
Okay.
Because I don't see the screen before me. So you see, and I see that support initial RAM disk compressed using LZ4 is already enabled. So that is good.
Okay.
Then we need to go to something called configure the standard kernel features,
Okay.
expert users, and enter it. Enable that, I mean, and then enter it.
Oh.
Configure standard kernel features. You see,
Yes.
there must be an asterisk within the square brackets, and
Yeah, a lot
you
more
need.
options when it's enabled than when it isn't.
Okay, I have to wait until I can see then, because. But you can already put an asterisk for enable BPF system call. There must be an asterisk there.
Enable BPF system
Yeah, but
call.
here
Okay.
in this one, we need to.
They're all enabled except for include all symbols.
Okay. Now I see. Here, what do we have? We need to see. Okay, you have everything. You have more than I have in 4.19. Okay, but I think it will be good. These are new. You see new. It's for the 5.5 kernel, which I don't have. And you have to enable the BPF system call. And then we still need to find, so you need to exit the configure standard kernel features, expert users, go back to the previous screen, and we need to find support for eBPF.
eBPF.
support for eBPF. You know what? You can put a slash, use slash. Then you will have a prompt in a window, and you can type E with a lowercase letter E and BPF all uppercase, and it will tell you where it is.
Defined in net kconfig.
So just it is in the net. So here we don't need this at this stage. So hopefully we won't miss it. We have to see in all the lines if we don't find a support for eBPF. So capital B, capital P, capital F. Okay. And then what does it say? Have BPF, JIT. It's blurred. Completely blurred. I can't even read it.
Let's see. It's a
Yes.
symbol.
Now it's good. Now it's good. Okay. I need to see where we have that. I will open myself a menu config so that it will be easier. Otherwise, with all these 15 seconds delay, it will take too long. So I did open a VirtualBox and a Gentoo machine, and I'm entering the make menu config so that I can see it and give you where it is in a faster way, because it takes too long before I see the correct screen before the eyes.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go here. So we are in general setup.
Steve says you're a chab.
Yes, I know. I have to check where it is. That's a problem with. Well, I don't see it. Okay. So we will go now into processor type and features. So you can go out,
Okay.
go to the previous screen, arrow down until you are in process type and features, type enter.
Yes.
Okay, there, what do we need? AMD ACPI to platform devices support has to be an asterisk.
Okay.
So this is one. Then we go to the processor family generic x8664 and you enter.
Processor family generic. Enter.
Yes, and in principle, I don't have it because I don't have a Ryzen on my machine, but on your machine, as we have chosen the experimental use flag, you should be able, in principle, to see a line with Zen in within brackets. Do you have such a line?
Um, Actually, I have AMD Zen and AMD Zen 2.
Aha, because maybe the 5.5 has, yes, then you have to tell that it is the AMD Zen 2.
Okay.
On the 4.19, I don't have that line, you see.
So
So you
processor
can
family is now at AMD Zen 2.
2, which is correct. So you go back to the,
The next line you probably won't have because it says new has supported processor vendors.
is it for Intel or for AMD Zen 2?
Let me.
You see, I don't see that there's a problem with this, the delay. So
Oh,
support it.
well, no. It's okay. It just
It's okay.
when I activated it and went into it, it has Intel, Hygon, Centaur, Xaux, and AMD all
Okay.
highlighted. So
So we need to find a line which must be with an asterisk telling enable the maximum number of SMP processors. Do you have such a line?
yes, and I just added the asterisk.
Add the asterisk. This is good. So this is one. Then we need to find a line with AMD microcode loading support. Do you have such a line?
Yes,
It must be an asterisk.
it is. I changed it. It is.
Then we need to find a line with EFI stub support, and it must be an asterisk. So somewhere you will find.
When I put the asterisk in the EFI stub support, it brought up
So
a
you need
subline.
also to put an asterisk into EFI mixed mode.
Okay, that one's done too.
Okay, then we have to go to the timer frequency, which is normally 100 hertz,
Yes,
and we will change it to 1000 hertz.
changed.
Change. Then we have to go in a line putting performance monitoring. You have such a line? Performance monitoring. I see it above. Just under AMD MCE features, you have performance monitoring above.
Performance
At the
monitoring.
top of
Yes.
the screen. Now, no, that is changed to 1000 hertz, I've seen. But if you go above of the screen I have before the eyes, I see the line performance monitoring.
Right, and I need to put an asterisk under
Then
AMD
you need to
processor
put an
power.
asterisk within the sort of HTML tags AMD processor power.
Okay. Asterisk or M?
No, an asterisk.
Okay.
So what does it mean? Asterisk means
Be
it will
built
be
into the
built
kernel,
in.
and M
M is
means
a
it'll be
module
added
and
as a
nothing
module.
is no. So that's the difference between the three. So we can go out, go to the previous screen, and
Okay.
go into power management.
Um,
So are you in power management?
um,
There is a line, power management and
oh,
ACPI options.
yeah. No, I was one level down. I hadn't
Okay,
gone up far enough. Yes, I'm in it.
so will you use either suspend or hibernate?
Not on my desktop. No.
So then you have to delete, there should be nothing within the square brackets and for suspend and for hibernation.
Okay.
And then we need to go into CPU frequency scaling, and we need to choose the governor performance.
It's already chosen.
It's already chosen. Do you have a line with AMD frequency sensitivity?
Yes.
It must be an asterisk.
It won't let me. It only lets me do it as a module.
Okay, then put it as a module.
Okay.
So we can go out of power management and go in the next one, bus options.
Okay.
So I'm following on mine too, so that I see them easier. Yes, oh, in bus options, there is a line, the last one on my screen, I mean in my kernel menu config, mark VGA, VBE, EFI, it must be an asterisk.
Okay.
Okay, then we can go out of that and go into binary emulations.
Okay.
Into binary emulations, do you intend to play games?
Yes.
Then it might be interesting to have X32 ABI for 64-bit mode for certain games. It might be interesting to have at least a module or built-in.
It only lets me build it in.
It's built in, so you can build it in.
Okay.
So that's all for the binary emulations. So in the firmware drivers, you need to go to the line with EFI support.
Okay.
And within that, you need, you have it already. I see that the EFI variable support is a module and the export EFI runtime is already chosen.
Yes.
I think maybe the bootloader control might be interesting as a module. So you can put a module in the EFI bootloader control.
Okay.
So that's done.
All right. If you can hold on one moment. As
Yes.
I had a bunch of coffee. Now I need a bathroom break.
Yes. Yes.
I'll,
Yes. Okay. No problem.
I'll be right back.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So for the people in the chat, how to find those kernel parameters, you have the output of lspci space minus k double n double v, and you pipe it to grep, and you use grep space minus I space kernel. You will have all the kernel drivers you need for your Gentoo installation. And with the names of those modules, you can go to a website which is called CAT and in your search engine, you put CAT space kernel space config. You will arrive to the main page of the CAT website, and there you can put the name of the module, press enter, and it will search for you the correct kernel configuration parameter you need to enable or disable for the module in question. Yes, Adam, at this moment it will be for a server. The first part is Gentoo as a server. The second part will be installing the Xorg drivers and Xorg X11 and doing the first world update. And the third part will be devoted to the installation either of a desktop environment or a window manager and the installation of the packages which Dave would like to have on this system.
I don't want any packages on here. That would be too much work. Okay. Last I came, we just finished an EFI support.
EFI support in the firmware drivers.
Right.
What you need to go is there is a part virtualization if you go in that previous screen.
Okay.
And do you intend to do virtualization or not?
Yes.
And will you do it with QEMU, KVM, or with VirtualBox?
Usually I use KVM.
KVM, then we have to go into that one. So you have to go into that part of a menu config.
Okay.
And you have to enable the host kernel virt.io.
It only lets me do it as a module.
As a module, it's good.
Okay. I changed the KVM support and KVM for AMD from module to installed.
Yes, but not KVM for Intel because you don't have an Intel, huh? So you can put N for that one because you don't need the KVM for Intel processors.
Okay. Those changes are made then.
So the changes are made. So this is good. This will help you if you use QEMU and KVM later. Then we go into the general architecture.
Okay.
See if we have any option that we need.
The ones that you probably don't have that say new on mine, there's a line for number of bits to use for ASLR of mmap base address.
Yes.
And number of bits to use for ASLR of mmap base address for compatible applications.
Yes. I don't have those ones, and I haven't found them in the wiki because the wiki doesn't have the 5.5 kernel at this moment. So I can't help you on those ones. We might see, perhaps, if you enable the GCC plugins, we can see which one you have in your 5.5 kernel.
The only new one says compute the cyclomatic complexity of a function.
No, the one I have, there is no one we need to enable. Because to the entropy, yes, we might do that, but it is not necessary. And the other one are not necessary. So in this case, we can exit this one. There is nothing special, I mean, to do. So the enable loadable module support is good. You must have the module unloading, the forced module unloading, and the module versioning support. They should be asterisks. Do you have that?
Under what?
Under enable loadable module support.
Oh, again, I was one layer too low. Okay, which ones do I need?
You need to have the module unloading, the forced module unloading, and the module versioning support. They should be built in.
They are.
They are. So that's good. So that we can go away from that. And then we need to go in enable the block layer.
Okay.
You must have, it is already now, I see that support for version 4 is enabled by default, but you have to go into the partition types but you should have it in principle, but you need to have EFI GUID partition support built in.
It is.
It is, so that's good. You can disable Macintosh because so there should be nothing between square brackets for Macintosh because you won't use that one. And you might also disable a comma partition support.
Done.
Done, okay. Then we have to go into input-output schedulers, which is the line below.
Okay.
And you have to have it either as a module or built in the BFQ, input-output scheduler.
Okay.
Okay, so that's done. We can go out. Then into the executable file formats.
Okay.
We need to have the kernel support for the miscellaneous binaries.
Okay.
Okay, so that one you should have either as a module or built in, no matter, but we need it. And what else? Okay, that is all for that part. So we can go back to the preceding one. In the memory management, we have nothing special. So we don't need to go into that one. Okay, networking support. What do we have? We need to go into the networking options, but I think you will have IPv6 enabled by default because system D needs IPv6. I think it is enabled by default. Yes, IPv6 is enabled as a module, which is good.
Where am I not seeing this?
Yes, you have the IPv6 protocol with 3 dashes and a chevron, and I have it in mine as a module, which is good.
I have been trying to switch over to that.
Okay, if you don't want the IPv6 protocol, but
no, I do. I want it built in because I've been trying to force myself to use it more since that's where the web is
built
heading.
in, then you change the M into an asterisk. Do you have Bluetooth?
Not on this motherboard, no.
Absolutely not.
No.
Okay, then you have there should be nothing within the brackets for Bluetooth subsystem support. But you have Bluetooth devices on other things or not? In your house, do you have a Bluetooth device?
Yes.
Yes, then you must let VM, otherwise Gentoo won't be able to be in touch with the Bluetooth device.
Okay.
But you may disable it completely if you wish. Wireless. Do you use wireless on that computer?
No.
No. So you enter wireless and you disable everything.
Okay.
Yes. Then what else do we have? I don't think you use the RF switch subsystem support. I don't think so. It's radio frequency, if I remember correctly. You don't use that.
No.
No, you can delete it. Do you use Plan 9? I don't think so.
Never heard of it.
Never heard. So you can. It should be empty. Those two brackets should be empty. Okay, now we go in the biggest one. In the previous screen, we go to device drivers.
Okay.
In device drivers, we have plenty of things to do. Oh, yes. So the first one, generic driver options. You need to go into that one.
Okay.
And the path to the U-event helper should be empty. Is it the case?
Yes.
Or do you have udef MADM?
It says support for U event helper, and it's empty.
So the support for U-event helper can be an asterisk, but the line below, the path to the U-event helper, what do you have within the brackets on the left?
Nothing.
Nothing. That is good. It should be empty. That is what I try. You need to put an asterisk into automount dev tmpf @/dev.
Okay.
That should be enable. Then we go into the firmware loader.
Okay.
And okay, you have the build name firmware blobs into the kernel binary.
Yes.
You have to select that line and press enter.
Leave
And then you have
the string empty.
No. You have to put it in.
Okay.
It should be AMD -ucode
Okay.
/microcode _ AMD _ 17h.bin.
1717h.bin.
Yes, so I repeat, AMD -ucode /microcode _ AMD _ 17h.bin.
17.
And you say OK, you press OK. And
Okay.
then
all lower letters.
all lower letters.
AMD /ucode.
No, not slash
hyphen.
AMD -ucode.
ucode /microcode _ AMD _ 17h as in hotel .bin.
Yes, .bin. That's it. And once you put that string and you select and you put OK, there should appear in principle something like within parentheses /lib/firmware. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect. Because this you need because you have a Ryzen second generation, and there is some special AMD microcode for that version of your Ryzen.
Okay.
And it must be built in the kernel, you see?
Yes.
Okay, so we can exit that part and go exit another part and go back to the main screen with device drivers. So what do we need? We need to go to NVMe support. Do you have that?
Okay, under generic driver options.
No. It is in the main screen of device drivers. We are not in generic driver options anymore. We are back to the device drivers. There is a line with NVMe support.
Okay, got it. Yes.
You got it, okay? And there you need as a module, at least, let me see, for sure, the Express block device. You can even build in that one. And maybe have the NVMe, target support, at least as a module.
Okay, so which ones do I need?
So you need certainly the first line. So I will go back into that one.
The Express.
So the NVM Express block device,
Okay.
that one should be, I think, built in.
That brought up two new ones: NVMe multipath support and NVMe hardware monitoring.
Yes, you can have them both too, at least as a module.
Okay.
And you should have also, at least as a module, the NVMe target support.
Okay.
Okay.
That brought up four new ones: loopback
For
device
new ones,
support.
and which, because I don't see those, because I don't have an NVMe. So what lines do you have under NVMe target support?
Loopback device support.
Yes.
Over Fabrics RDMA target support. Over Fabrics FC target driver. And Over Fabrics TCP target support.
So see nothing particular that if you have the module for the talk, I see now that before my eyes, the loopback device, you can take the first one as a module.
Okay. But the
If
other
it's
three.
possible. But asterisk is built in, huh? Don't forget that, huh? The M is a module. The asterisk
Right.
is always.
I usually, when I build a Gentoo, I'd like to, as many things as I can, build
Okay,
them actually in.
you want to have them built in. Okay,
Yes.
good. So that for the NVMe is finished.
Okay.
So we can go back. Yes, and go see what is in MISC device. Nothing special. No, that we don't need that one. Then, will you use LVM or RAID?
Not on this install. No.
No. Then you can. There should be nothing within the square brackets left to multiple devices driver support. You can also put nothing within the square brackets next to Macintosh device drivers.
Where did you? Oh, multiple device driver support LVM. Don't need
LVM.
that. Okay.
This one, if you don't use it, then there should be no asterisk between the square brackets for that line, and a few lines below,
Right.
you have Macintosh device drivers. You can, if you don't have them, you can put also nothing within the square brackets so that it builds nothing for that category of device drivers.
Okay.
Okay. Now we will see into the network device support, what you have. Oh no, that's good. There's nothing special to change. So in the input device support,
Okay.
what is it? You need, okay. There we need to disable what you don't have. Tablets you don't have, I suppose.
Not directly connected. No.
No, not direct connected. So you disable that. There should be nothing into the tablets. Touch screens. You don't have a touch screen on that one, presumably.
No.
No, so you have to. There should be nothing between the square brackets. Joysticks and gamepads. Do you have some
Yes.
to play with? Yes. So there you need to keep them. We will go into the keyboards. So event interface should have an asterisk. Do you have that?
Yes, it does.
Okay, it does. That's good. We will enter the keyboards because you don't need all the keyboards which are mentioned in this. So if you have no DeckStation via VaxStation keyboard, you can disable it completely. The Newton, if you don't have one, you can disable it. The Stowaway, you can disable it. The Sun, I don't know which one you have. I would keep the AT keyboard and the XT keyboard. That's all.
Okay. It's a Logitech.
Yes. Okay, so this is no problem. Into mice, you don't have an Apple USB touchpad support. Yes?
No.
So disable that. It should be left empty within the brackets there. In miscellaneous device, we will see, because there, what do we have? The year-link. Presumably, you don't have a year-link, neither a Griffin PowerMate. I don't think so.
No.
But it's only 5 or 6 modules. You can leave them. It's not a lot. You won't gain a lot by disabling, in this case, the things. I think that for the input device, it's all. Okay, we can go into character devices.
Okay.
You need there is a line, or should be a line, IPMI top level. Do you have that somewhere?
Yes.
Yes, there should be an asterisk or a module if you can't put an asterisk, but there should be normally an asterisk on that line.
Okay.
Then I will see if you have something special. No, it's you can have it as a module or as a or built-in.
Yes, and it brings up.
It brings up the IPMI, but you need at least to have it built in for the IPMI. And then what can we choose there? Maybe the panic. We won't generate a panic for that. System interface handler. I would choose as a module certainly the system interface handler, and as a module the device interface.
Okay.
That's, I think it's all for we are in character devices. I think that's all. So we exit that one.
Okay.
And then we need to go to, we will go down just a moment to see if I find line. Yes, the hardware monitoring support.
Okay.
You're in there. And so you need to have the AMD family 10H plus temperature sensor enabled as a module.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. There are other modules. In principle, later we could disable a gazillion of them to get a smaller kernel, but at this stage we won't do it because we are already, it's 7 o'clock here in Belgium. That would take too long. So what can we do? Multimedia support. It should be built in. You should have an asterisk.
Okay.
And then press enter. Go to cameras, video, grabber support.
Okay.
Have it enabled.
Okay.
And you should certainly enable. Do you use a TV, a digital TV, or not?
No, just two Acer terminals.
Okay, so you can use the enable advanced debug on V4L the V4L platform devices.
Okay.
You should enable them and then press enter. There you have nothing special, but it should be enabled. Otherwise, you won't have support for V4L. That was the case with Zeb, I remember, and he didn't have the devices for his OBS, and that was the reason. So we need to enable that. Do you have some special media USB adapters or not?
Would that include a mixer board?
So you can enable it and press enter, and you can see what you have. Yes, you should enable it because these are webcam devices. So that should be enabled.
Webcam.
And at least have the USB video class as a module for sure, because I remember it was needed.
Okay.
That one at least, for sure. Okay. The PCI adapter. So we'll see what it is. I don't think I have. Do you have a Sony Vaio or a Blue Cherry or a Tacwell?
No.
No, so that you don't have to enable. What else here?
V for L platform devices?
Yes, that must be enabled, built in, but there is nothing special when you enter it, unless you have a Marvel or a Cadence, but I don't think so. You don't
No,
have them.
I don't.
Okay, but it should be enabled. Otherwise, you won't be able to have. It will be gray in the package you OBS-Studio, so you need
Okay.
it. Okay, and I think it's all for here. If you don't have nothing for the TV, it's good. Then we go into graphic support, because there it will be all the parameters needed for NVIDIA. In graphic support, you should find a line which has frame buffer devices.
Yes.
I'm trying to be with you. Frame buffer devices. You press enter. And you press enter again into support for frame buffer devices.
Okay.
And within that one, you should have a line. I think it is the last. Yes, you should have EFI based frame buffer support, which must be built in.
It is.
It is. And I think at the end, you have a line with simple frame buffer support, and it must be built in. Do you find that line? You can use page down when you are in a screen of menu config to go lower down. And it is between ink and silicon motion. There is a simple frame buffer support, and you have that must be built in. Do you see that line?
Ah, there it is. Found it.
Yes, the simple frame buffer support, that should be built in.
Okay.
Okay? So we can go away from there, go back again. When you are in the screen for support for frame buffer devices, you put exit.
Mm-hmm.
And then we are back again into graphic support, and we should try to find a line with a console display driver support. It is 2 lines below the frame buffer devices. Do you find that line?
Console display driver support. Yes.
Yes, enter it. And you need, yes, it is enabled now by default. The frame buffer console support must be enabled by default, but I see it is. So we have nothing more to do in this one, because it is enabled by default. And for the graphics support, it is all. You see, all the modules have to be disabled, because you will build. So you see the Nouveau has to be disabled because you will emerge the package NVIDIA-drivers to get the proprietary drivers. You see?
Yes.
You must ensure that the Nouveau cards are disabled, or it will fail. But I see it is disabled by default, so this is good. So we go back into the main device driver screen,
Okay.
and we enter the sound card support.
Okay.
You must have, as a module at least, the ALSA, so the last line.
Yes.
And you need to enter that one.
Okay.
And what do we have? We have into generic sound devices, nothing. PCI sound devices, yes. In PCI sound devices, to gain time, today we will do nothing, but normally you should disable all the sound devices you don't have. You see, you've got plenty of modules, but you can do it later by your own if you wish, and only have you have Intel, if I remember correctly. Those ones should be enabled.
Okay. Yeah. Sound HDA Intel.
Yes, that's the one you need. In fact, all the Intels, because you have the SND HDA from Intel, if I remember correctly. In HD ADO, these are codec supports, so you can keep them. Do you have some USB sound devices?
My mixer board actually hooks in through the USB.
Your mixer, but it is enabled by default. A USB audio MIDI driver is enabled by default, unless you have another mark like Teratech or Behringer line and so on, Turnport, Variax, or N2 Tech.
No, it's Allen and Heath.
Okay, it's so there is nothing special in that case. The SOC support. Maybe the codec drivers. We will see. Yes, I would take as a module the codec drivers. So I will tell you where you have to go. So when you are in the advanced, in the ALSA, you have a line, ALSA for SOC audio support.
Yes.
Do you find that line?
Yes.
You press enter,
Mm-hmm.
and there you have a line called codec drivers.
Yes.
You enter and you put M for all the lines of this one. So you're sure you cover all the codecs, because you never know if you might miss a codec. As these are very small modules, it's better to have them not built in, but as a module, so that you can load the appropriate module if you ever have a problem with a codec driver.
All at module.
Yes, you see, you type M for
Yes.
each line.
All done.
All done. Okay. Then we can go out completely of ALSA. So we can go back to the main device drivers menu, or submenu, in fact.
Okay.
No. So you can go into the, but I think it will be for platform bus driver. You might do it later to recompile with the virt.io for virtualization, but at this moment it is not necessary to do that. Okay, we go into to see if something is needed into the staging drivers. If you have something special that you need there. You don't have a, this is for people, for instance, who have a special Wi-Fi card. You see, a special Realtek or really a special card. It is here in this item of the menu that you can enable the support for those special. You see, you've got Realtek, RTL, 8192 and so on, but you told me that you don't use the wireless. So in your case, you don't need them. I will still see if in the media staging there is something special there. No, there is
What
nothing.
menu are you in?
I am in the menu staging drivers. You see, in the device drivers menu, there is a line called staging drivers under the line Microsoft Hyper-V guest support. If you enable that line and press enter, you can go into that other screen, and into that other screen, you have the special cases for people, for instance, who have a special Wi-Fi network card, you see? But you told me that you don't have wireless on that one, yes?
Correct.
So there, for you, in your case, there is nothing to do. But in the case of someone who would like to have wireless and who has a special wireless card, it is here that he has to enable those things. You see?
Yes.
Okay, we will go below. We still have to do the IOMMU. Aha, IOMMU hardware support. This must be built in, and you press enter.
Okay.
And you must enable built-in the AMD IO MMU. And normally this will add a new line, which must also be built in, which is the AMD IO MMU version 2 driver.
Okay.
That has to be done.
Done.
Okay? Done. So we can go back, and we have finished with the device drivers. Now we go into the file systems.
Okay.
And we will disable unless you use them. Do you use ext2 for something or not?
No.
Disable it. Disable extended 3. You keep ext4. You
Okay.
disable writer fs if you don't use it. You disable JFS if you don't use it. You disable XFS if you don't use it.
That one I use.
Yeah, that one I use. Then you let it. Then below you will have, I think it is in miscellaneous. So the iNotify support for user space has to be built in, but normally it is built in by default.
It is.
It is, that's good. We need to go to the line where we can find the miscellaneous file systems. In the DOS. Okay, in the DOS FAT file system. Have you found that line?
In the miscellaneous file system, which one?
There is no. Sorry, it is. I haven't found that line yet, but there is in file system. There is a line called DOS FAT file systems. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, you have to enter it, and you have to tell me: do you have an external hard drive with an NTFS file system on it?
Yes.
Then you need to enable NTFS write support. Okay?
Yes.
Then we will go to see if you need something in the sudo file systems, but everything is enabled. I have checked for you, but you need to have a EFI variable file system as a module at least. You have it?
Yes.
Okay, that's good, because that one and the tempfs, but all the others are enabled. So, and below that one, you've got the miscellaneous file systems.
Yes.
So we can go into that one, and we need to. There is a line to include support for LZ4 compressed file systems. That must be built in. You see, there is a line. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines with include support for, and include support for LZ4 compressed file system must be built in, because we will use it. We have chosen it for the kernel. So you must have.
Build a kernel that can't support itself.
Yes. Okay. So that one must be built in for sure. Then, do you use NFS or Samba?
NFS I use.
So then it must be, you have nothing to do. You have to let it build in because you use NFS. And if you use Samba, you should have let it build in. The native language supporters, there's nothing. NLS UTF-8 is enabled by default. And we have finished for that one. The maybe in cryptographic API, if you go into that one.
In a minute.
So in the main, we are outside file system. We have gone back to the main menu. And in the main menu, you have a line, cryptographic API.
Okay.
Do you see that one? Yes?
Yes.
You enter it, and we have to see if you would like to have, you see, you have several algorithms, and it's up to you if you wish to enable them or not. This I can't give you the correct answer because it varies from one person to another. Because I don't know how you, for instance, you encrypt files or directories and which algorithm that you use. But you have to, of course, at least enable as a module the algorithm that you think you might use. And it is in this part of the menu config that you can enable them. But here, I can't give you the correct answer because that is different from person to person.
Okay.
Yes, you have to see which one you would like to enable or not.
I should enable the LZ4 compression.
Yes, at least as a module. The one with HC, I don't know which one it is, but you can also enable that one. And of course, if you would like to use the new one, the ZSTD, you might enable them as well. But that's up to you, you see.
Symmetric key.
There is no bad or right answer in this menu. You have to choose. It's from case to case.
Hardware, crypto devices. No, I'm not using them. Additional 5 system wide bring up blacklight. No. Okay. Key type asymmetric K509. It looks good.
It looks good. Okay, so you can go exit that one and go back to the main menu.
Okay.
There, we could go into kernel hacking.
Okay.
And the only line I would enable would be, it is almost in the last lines, allow GCC to uninline functions marked inline. Because with Firefox, I had several cases where it wouldn't compile correctly because there was a mismatch between the inline and if I had that option, maybe it might have compiled right. So I would put it.
In the kernel hacking,
I think you go down. You go page down until you're at the last lines of the kernel hacking, and there is a line which tells you allow GCC to uninline functions marked inline.
No.
You don't have that line?
I'm in kernel hacking, and it's not even one page.
It's not even one page. Oh, you have a different version than what I have.
Print K and demessage options, compile time checks and compiler options.
Yes, you go down. You do page down. And what do you have? Or you can't do page down.
No, it's 2/3 of a page. The last line I have is kernel testing and coverage.
Okay, and you don't have that line.
No.
Allow GCC. Okay, then you can't enable that one. But it's not necessary. It is a possibility for GCC to do things better than what the developer thought was good. You see, sometimes GCC guesses better than the developer. And by enabling that functionality in the kernel, you might have packages which would compile thanks to that functionality and which would fail if we followed what the developer had in mind initially. But it's not necessary. These are rare packages. And of course, you need to go back to the main menu. You need to go into Gentoo Linux, the last one. You are in that one.
Yes.
And you have to go. So you enter. You have a line support for init systems, system and service managers. You press enter.
Okay.
And you have to enable systemd, of course.
Yes.
Built in, of course.
Yes.
Okay. So this finishes a long time that we spent into the kernel customization. Okay, you might say, Jesus Christ, do I have to do this every time? No, you have to do it only once. And the next time you will have a kernel, you have a .config file, and then you recompile the new kernel based upon your config file that you have. So you do it only once. The first time you install Gentoo on your system, you spend a lot of time getting the right parameters into the kernel. It takes a long time, I know. You do it this only once, and it's finished. You have your config file, you can back it up somewhere else, and when you have a new kernel, you move that backup and you give it the name .config, and then I will show you the lines that you have to do. So at this time, you can go back to exit until we are in the main, the first menu.
Yes.
So the one with all the main options, and you can say you can go with your arrow key to exit. Once more, exit.
Will I want to save it before I exit?
Yes, of course. Otherwise, you have lost an hour and a half. I don't know how long we've been on there of all these customizations. So you have to save it, and it must be saved to .config. You have
dwolf kernel.config.
Yes. You say OK.
Okay. Configuration written. Okay.
To .config. Yes.
Yes.
It's OK. Okay.
All right.
And you can exit. Once it is saved, you can exit from the menu config, and now it should compile.
It is compiling.
Yes. Now we have to wait, I would say, between 12 and 15 minutes so that it compiles everything, because don't forget, we told him to get 17 jobs. Oh, but you have written to dreamingwolf kernel.config. No, it should be .config. Huh?
Oh, just plain .config?
Oh, yes, just plain .config.
Oops.
Yes. Okay. Let it so. We might rename it. I hope it will be good, but it's only the .config.
Maybe that's.
But we'll see. Otherwise, you will have to
rename it.
To rename it to .config at the end if it fails, and then we have to use other lines, because then you have to put the -" menu config. We have to use another set of commands because you've done something else.
Well, if I rename it, I should be able to go into genconfig, load it, and then exit again, and it should compile, shouldn't it?
We will see. And the next time we will call it, and we will do other lines to compile a kernel, because this time we have done it with gen kernel, but we can do it manually with the make modules _ install and the make install. And we will do it that way because you have given another name to your configuration file.
Not installing firmware as requested by configuration firmware _ install equals no. And then it says compiling 5.5.5 Gentoo modules.
Yes, okay. We will let it do. It takes, yes, I say between 12 and 15 minutes to compile. And then we will check if you have you need a system map, you need an image, either a kernel or VM Linux, and you need a init RAM FS, because systemd needs one because of /USR.
Okay, so 8. It does one. All right. Would you happen to know off the top of your head how I make people moderators in my?
I think if you go to someone, for instance, and maybe you have triple dots, and you have, as a creator, you have maybe the possibility to make it a moderator. But I'm not sure. With someone, you have at the end of the line at the right, you should have a triple dot. I have a triple dot.
In the chat?
In the chat, yes.
I don't.
You don't. Okay. Then maybe in your settings of YouTube, you have a way to enable, or you should ask someone in the chat who has done it, because I have the possibility through the triple dots, but if you don't have that, then you have to enable them in another way.
Oh, okay. Now they're showing up.
And there should be an option, make him or she a moderator.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can choose who you want to be a moderator.
Everybody and their cousin. Where are you? There you are.
Okay, it's finished.
Oh.
Okay. So that is done without error, I think.
No errors, just warnings.
Yes, warnings in yellow, but this is normal. After each compilation of the kernel, it always says, but it's very old. You see, you need to specify ext3, that's very old, and ext4, but we don't need it nowadays. But I mean, maybe 10 years ago or things like that, it was needed to do further actions, but here you don't need them. So now that we have a kernel compiled, we need to okay, there are, of course, lines. So slide number 8, you can only,
Yes.
you can only choose a password for root, to define a password for root. Now, that is good. But the other lines are for, I think, are for OpenRC. But the one with the /etc/hosts, I don't know, you need to define a host name. So no, we will do it later. But the password has to be defined so that you give root a password. And then we can go to slide number 9.
Okay.
So you have given root a password.
Yes.
Don't forget it, because you will need it when you will have to log in after reboot. Okay, so when that is done, of course, you can always define a host name in the command line, but that might be only valid for this session and not permanently, because normally in systemd you define hostname, I think, with the command hostname ctl. Yes?
Yes,
Yes,
you
you say
do.
so. We can't do this at this moment because you are still on the bootable USB, so you haven't rebooted into systemd. So all those commands are for OpenRC and will not succeed. But you have given for password, so that is good. So we will emerge two packages, mlocate and dhcpcd. Later, when we will be in the graphical environment, you can have Network Manager if you wish, but at this stage, as we don't have X at the moment, we will emerge the packages from slide number 9, and we will enable DHCP-CD for you, so that when you reboot, you have internet connectivity. Because don't forget that at the moment you have it because you have the internet connectivity from the live USB, but it is not installed on your system. So you need to install a client for DHCP so that you have it when you reboot.
Okay, so which?
So I think the one I gave, so mlocate is to be able to use update db later, to use the index instead of using find. You can use the command locate based on index. So you have to install that package, the mlocate, and the dhcpcd package is to get a client for having dhcp.
Okay, what about the crony and the sysk log d?
Just a moment. Crony. No. Aha, I did edit myself. So this one, crony, you can have it because it gives you cron tab. So, but the one I don't know if you have that line. Do you have EIX, Gentoo kit, portage utils, log rotate, bash completion, Gentoo, bash comp? Do you have that?
Yeah, but that's further down. That's the third line.
Yes, further down. Okay, so you need, at this moment, you need mlocate DHCP-CD and enable DHCP-CD for when you reboot. That is mandatory.
Okay.
But the other ones, you can immersion after it.
All right. Sysapps. Mlocate. Net miscellaneous. PCD. Foreigner packages. Yes. Now, there was something you wanted me to update after installing the DHC PCD, and
Yes, you have a line with us. I think you have it. I think I sent it to you. System city, when it is imaged, when DHCP-CD will be imaged and installed, then you can type systemctl space enable space DHCP-CD, so that at boot, when you will reboot, you will have your internet connectivity. Otherwise, you have no internet connectivity.
system control enable what?
So it is system CTL space enable space DHCPCD. But you can only type that command after DHCPCD is immersed and installed. Otherwise, it will fail, of course. Okay, I see that DHCPCD is installed. So
Okay.
now you can try the one with system CTL and see if you get an error.
Nope. It
No,
made the
okay.
link.
It made a link. Okay, that's good, because you will need it for internet connectivity when you reboot. So that is done. Then you can emerge all the packages mentioned on the slide number 9, like screen, htop, bash completion, Gentoo-bashcomp, Gentoolkit for sure, EIX for sure. Portage utils might already be installed, I'm not sure, but it is a rebuild, it will be quick. And log rotate is not mandatory. You can have it if you install, for instance, syslogd or something like that, a package to handle your logs. But systemd handles that, and so I'm not sure that you need it on when you have systemd, because systemd has a lot of tools and it can manage the logs in a binary way, but it manages them, and it manages the network, it manages the sessions, the logins, plenty of things, swap, homed, a lot of things.
App, miscellaneous, screen, app, editors, image top. Portage utils will be a rebuild.
Yes,
Everything
it's
else is
nothing.
new.
It's quick, very quick. So you can say yes. I was almost sure that Portage Utils was already installed, but here you have the confirmation that it is already installed, because Portage wants to rebuild it, but we haven't changed any use flag for that package.
I do
So,
apologize for taking up so much of your time,
no,
but thank
okay.
you.
We are almost at the end. We still need to do a few things with Grub, and then we will be good to go. So I will take just a few seconds while it is emerging, and I come back.
And this will give me a chance to get back. Let's see. I think I need to. I think that's most people. Okay. Put that back. I do actually appreciate you guys watching, taking the time to watch. Considering this is the first real live stream I've ever done. And a huge thank you to Serge for helping me step through this so that I'm not boring you all to death by going through with pieces of paper from the wiki printed out. What is product viewing directory portage installed 16 of 17. 17 of 17. And they are all installed. Perfect timing.
Okay, they're all installed. Okay, so this is one thing. Then we need to prepare Grub.
Okay.
For this, um, we need to put another variable into portage make.conf. Certainly, the grub underscore platforms equals EFI64. You have it on slide 10.
Yes.
So you can execute that command for sure.
Equals.
So don't forget the double chevron, because otherwise you override the make.conf.
FI 64. Now, single quotes around the whole grub platform thing and the double around just the EFI 64, correct?
Yes, okay. Single quote, one single quote before grub underscore platforms, and one single quote after the double quote wrapping EFI-64.
Okay. Let's see. Portage. Make. Conf.
So
Okay.
double, yes. So we can see, you can open before executing the next command, we can go into, so you do less LESS space slash etc slash portage slash make.conf to see if it's correct. Normally it should be there, but we will check it.
Grub platforms equals EFI 64.
Yes. Maybe there should be a space and PC in it, but I am not sure. We will see if we have a problem for installing grub later. But at this moment, you can do emerge minus AV minus capital N, because you have a new use, because you put the grub platforms into your make.conf, and then you can emerge sys-boot/grub. So you can type emerge space minus AV capital N space and the name of the package,
Sysboot grub.
sys-boot/grub.
Just passed 4 packages.
Yes, I need to see what are the use flags you have for grub, because maybe we need one for systemd, but I will see. Normally, as you have a profile of systemd, you should have good use flags, but I need to wait 15 seconds before I see all these use flags.
Okay.
So what do you have? Device. I think it is good. So you can say yes.
The SDL would be systemd?
What is, which one?
You were looking for systemd flags, and I was wondering if the SDL.
No. That one is not for systemd, but you have the EFI var and the EFI boot MGR as packages, so it's good. You can say yes.
Okay.
So all done, no errors. So now I think we need to install grub, but I don't think that the -" removable is necessary. We can try it without the - removable. So
Okay.
you can do grub -install, then space, double target equals x86 underscore 64 EFI space double EFI directory equals, and then the directory for you is a /boot/EFI with capital letters for EFI. You might have an error, but we will see if you have it.
Boot. EFI. No removable target. EFI directory. Installation finished. No error reported.
Installation finished, no error reported. Okay. So now we have to go and edit, because it is systemd, we need to edit /etc because that line I haven't given you because I had OpenRC in mind, but for systemd there is a line we have to put into the /etc/default/grub.
Default or defaults?
No,
Singular, plural.
default without an S.
Okay.
/etc/default/grub.
Grub. Okay.
So you need to append a parameter to that config file, and it is in uppercase letter on the left part and in lowercase letter on the right part. So the left part is grub underscore cmd line underscore Linux. That is all in capital letters.
Oh, sorry.
So grub underscore, you can go to systemd, the wiki of systemd, and go to grub2, and you will have the line before your eyes. But it is grub underscore cmd line underscore Linux in capital letters. Equal.
There's already one in there that's.
It says init equals /lib/systemd/systemd.
No. It's
What does it
commented
say?
out, but it's grub command line Linux default.
But do you have the line in your default grub which gives you that init is /lib/systemd/systemd? Do you have such a line? Because
The only one active, the only active line in there is grub distributor is Gentoo. That's the only active line.
Only active line. So you need to add the line I'm telling you, and you have it on the wiki of systemd Gentoo. It is a line where you have grub underscore cmd line underscore Linux, that part in capital letters, equals.
Wait. That's actually a line in there. It's commented out, so uncommented. Okay,
Yes.
equals.
Double quotes,
Okay.
and within the double quotes, init equals /lib/systemd/systemd. You have such a line?
Yeah, but the recommendation is user lib systemd.
Aha. Okay, because in the wiki, and I don't use systemd on Gentoo, so I can't help it. I can't help you on that one because I've never used systemd on Gentoo. In the wiki, they recommend /lib/systemd/systemd. So I don't know. Maybe the newer versions of systemd require the one you told me, but that I don't know.
System. Okay. Etsy system. And that equals boot with sys. Oh, well, that's for boot. Yeah, boot with systemd instead of sysvinit. It has the user library systemd. So.
So
I will go with their default.
Okay, so you won't put the line of the one mentioned in the systemd wiki.
Well,
Is it?
the uh,
You
grub.
want to uncomment the line, which I see now on my screen, which has /user/lib/systemd/systemd.
It did not. Yes.
Okay, so you can go. We will cancel. Don't save the file. We will see what we have, which one we have, because now that it is installed, we will see if you have /usr/lib/systemd/systemd, or if you have /lib/systemd/systemd. We can check it.
Locate.
So you can save the file and we will reopen it and re-edit it if needed, because I see the line now on the screen. So you have taken the line which is in the recommendations. And it might be the good one, but we
User
need.
lib systemd. That directory does have a systemd file in it.
Okay, so the /usr/lib/systemd/systemd exists.
Yes.
And the other one, the /lib/systemd/systemd, does it exist? Maybe it's a symlink to the other one. I don't know on systemd.
Systemd. They both exist.
So they both exist, but if you do an ls space
No,
minus
they're different.
al, maybe one is a symlink of the other. I don't know.
Yeah, I think one is a symlink because in the TTY environment they're coming up as different colors.
But you can see it if you do ls space minus al of /lib/systemd/systemd, you will see if the first character is an L, which means it is a symbolic link. So apparently Ben Fitzpatrick in the chat has already done systemd on Gentoo. He might tell you which is the correct line. I can't help you on that. I've never done systemd
Okay,
on Gentoo.
the user library systemd is a symlink to the library systemd.
Okay, as it is a symlink, then normally you can put either, because if the /usr/lib/systemd/systemd is a symlink, then it will point to the other one. So I don't think it matters.
Okay.
So I think you can take the one from a systemd Gentoo wiki, it should work.
Okay.
Or in fact, the one of /usr, because systemd needs /usr to be in the init ram fs. It needs it. So I think one or the other should be okay.
Okay.
So that is done. We didn't have the error with that we had to remount, and now you can make the grub-mk config because you have changed the line. You have saved your /etc/default/grub, so you can do the grub-mk config line. This will create the /boot/grub/grub.cfg file.
Grub make config, not file. Boot grub. Boot grub config.
No, Nathan, it's neither better. It's another init system, that's all. Personally, I prefer OpenRC or Runit or sysv init or S6, but I mean,
I'm just used to
most
systemd
Linux
at this point. That's the only reason.
So it's grub-mk config space -o
Yep.
space /boot/grub/grub.cfg.
It is done.
It is done. So now, before doing the exit and the unmount, we will check your boot. You can change directory into /boot, and we will see if you have everything to reboot.
So, so what do you want me to do?
cd space /boot. We change directory, and we are going to have a look in what is in the boot directory. So cd/boot. cd space /boot, of course.
Okay. Still in this shrewd environment, though. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
cd/boot.
In the boot.
Don't forget that now you are in root environment. It's not the /boot of your USB. It's your future /boot.
EFI directory, grub directory, inter-RAM, file system, gen kernel, kernel, gen kernel, and system map, gen kernel.
So you need a system map. You need a kernel, gen kernel, or a kernel, and you need an init RAM fs. Do you have the init RAM fs?
Yes.
Okay, so we have everything. So that is good. So now we can proceed to the last lines. So you can exit from where you are.
Okay.
Then cd.
Okay.
And then umount. I'm not sure the line with the /dev/shm/pts will be needed. You can try it and see if you get an error. But the one you certainly need to do is umount -R/mnt Gentoo and then reboot. And don't forget that you have to reboot through UEFI. I can't read it because it's too blurry. It's hopefully you have written umount and not unmount.
No, it's umount.
It's umount. That's correct.
Mount Gentoo just dev.
In fact, the action is to unmount, but the command is umount.
Right. Umount R. Mount Gentoo. Okay. Reboot.
And here you have to cross your fingers and hope it succeeds, because I've never done systemd, so hopefully it will reboot. And then you will have to do the host name, the time date, CTL, and so on, all the commands that you do on a systemd. Because at this moment you have no host name, you have no, your /etc/hosts hasn't been edited. Maybe the time date will have to be. We'll see. I don't know.
And the 4K monitor kicks in with the really tiny print.
Mr. Reboot, it's not Gentoo in the sticks here. It is Gentoo on bare metal.
Yep, I'm in. Just really, really small. Really
Yes,
tiny.
no, that's nothing. Now what we can do, you can add yourself as a user with the command you prefer. So you have a working Gentoo as a server. So you can remove here you have only one table, the stage 3. You can add yourself to the groups I mentioned, users will and audio and video. You can add video. To which you have to define a password for your username. You don't need, yes, we need to change the profile, but that is for a later. It is already almost 8 o'clock. We will stop after you have created a user for yourself, and we can do the part for Xorg on another day.
User is in with the password.
So you first create the user, Trimming Wall, for instance. On another use, you have to choose yourself the username you would like to have.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to define a password for that user.
Done.
Done.
Yes.
What we can do, if you wish, because we haven't emerged sudo, do you want to use sudo on that system?
Yes.
Yes. Then you can type emerge -av space sudo.
Yes. Failed.
What is failed?
Mail MTA/null mailer. It passed in the calculating dependencies. Failed to emerge mail-MTA/null mailer -2.2. Fetch failed.
The fetch failed. No, that means it couldn't download the.
Okay, so just try it again.
No, I think if you cannot download, there is a problem. Maybe at this moment, the package is not on the server. I mean, on the servers you have chosen, because you told me that you have chosen 1, 2, or 3 servers, and it could be that those packages, I mean, those servers, I think they don't have that package, or they are updating their packages at the moment, and you don't have, because if it's a fetch fail, it means it cannot download for one reason or another.
Okay.
Normally, you can ping gentoo.org. You will see if you have, maybe there is a DNS resolution or there is a internet connectivity problem.
No, it's not that, because the first one downloaded fine. That was the second package.
Okay. The second package failed, so it cannot fetch that package. But you need it to build
sudo. Yes.
Sudo. You can try it again and see if you get the same error. But I think if you can't fetch one of the packages, which is one of the packages which are a dependency of sudo, you won't be able to build sudo.
Temporary failure in name resolution when I tried to ping gentoo.org.
It's the name resolution, you have an error. Okay, so you need to go to nano.
Okay.
Space -w.
Okay.
Space / this is very rare. /etc.
Okay.
/resolve.conf. The resolve without e. Resolve.conf.
Domain Dragon Clan name server 192.168.1.1, which is my router.
Yes, and that's it. You have to put under, so put a line under the last line of that file. You put name server space 8.8.8.8.
Okay. Now, do you put name servers single name server per line?
Yes, per line.
Okay.
One name server, and you give one IP address.
Okay, because I actually don't use Quad 8. But I do know which ones I
So,
do use.
okay, you can put that line. And so name server without an S space the IP address here of Google. So 8.8.8.8 or 8.8.4.4, one of these two. You save that file and then you try again to fetch, to emerge the packages. But it is rare that you could download the first one and not the other one. This is very strange. Because normally, if you have no name resolution, then you should have no resolution for the first one.
Can also put in IPv6 name servers, correct?
But oh, you know what? We can do it through IPv4 because you might have a problem with IPv6.
I put them both
So
in.
yes, yes. But otherwise, if you want to give a precedence to IPv4, I mean temporarily, the line to execute as root, I'm not sure on system D, but on non-system D is echo1, echo space 1 space, and then a 1 chevron, a greater sign, and then it is slash proc slash sys slash net slash IPv6 slash conf slash all slash disable underscore IPv6.
Okay, I updated the resolve conf file and I'm still getting the temporary failure in name resolution.
Temporary failure in name resolution. Haha. Then it is on the other side that you have a problem. No, it's not nothing to do with the HTTP/CD because it has a problem with the name resolution, not with the fact that you can ping. I think yes.
Let
Ping
me.
ping 8.8.8.8 to see if you can ping it.
All right, that's saying network is unreachable.
Okay, so you have no network connectivity. So could you start the DHCP/CD service? So systemctl space start space DHCP/CD.
DHCPCD.
Yes.
Okay. Still says network is unreachable.
Okay. The network is unreachable.
Now, why would it die after it had downloaded one file already?
Yes, this is for me quite strange because normally, if you have absolutely no internet connectivity, it would be unable to download the first package. This is um, this is absolutely impossible. Um, so I will see in your file that you gave me which, because it might be your network card. If you have a special one, I will
Mm,
check it.
no, it's just plain Ethernet. Um,
Let's see.
shut down, reboot now. Yeah, fine. That was DHC, PCD. Active running. No valid interface found. Oh.
What?
Didn't you say that I had to change the Ethernet 0 to the...
You need to find the name of your interface. Yes, but
That's what we didn't change.
yes, we didn't change because as you showed,
Yeah, I have it. It's
OpenRC systemd instead of OpenRC, we haven't done anything concerning the interface, of course.
okay. Where do I change the interface name?
So you have first to see if you receive something. So you have to put ifconfig space
I have
minus
config.
a
That's it.
to see what do you have any interface that comes up. Otherwise, you have a problem with the your network card.
Just the loopback device.
Loopback device. So you have no interface. So we will see. We will check if that one is enabled. I'm checking for the module you have for your network card. Just a moment. Aha, maybe you don't have it. So could you modprobe space IGB? Maybe we haven't compiled it.
Modprobe what?
Modprobe space IGB.
IGB.
So all you can do first an lsmod.
Module IGB not found.
IGB not found. So we don't have it. We need to recompile the kernel, but only for that part. So we need to enable the IGB in the kernel. So it is in one of the networkers. I have to check with mine to see where it is. Just a moment. So could you go? We will directly see if it is in it. Could you go cd /space/usr/src/linux?
Okay.
Then do ls minus space minus al within that directory.
Okay.
I need to wait until it appears on the screen. You have a dot. I don't know if it is a .config file there in or a
The dwolf kernel.config files in there. Do you need me to rename it?
No. For the moment, no. You need to do this grep space IGB space, and you give the name of your .config, the name it has, because I can't read it. It's too small for me. Maybe you have a .dreamwolf or dreamwolf. I can't read it, but
I can barely read it.
It's IGB space and the name of that config file.
Nothing.
So we haven't compiled it, and that's why. So we will need to recompile the kernel. So how do we do this for that part? You will rename it your Dreaming Wolf into .config.
Oh.
So to rename it, you put mv space the first name space .config.
Yep.
Then you rename it into the correct denomination. You've done that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that you have done it, and we are in the slash USR slash SRC slash Linux directory.
Correct.
So we are there. So we have a .config. So now what we will do is so you will, because we don't want to mess it too much, you do a copy of your .config and you put it into under slash root. So you do cp
Okay.
space .config
Okay.
space slash root slash.
Done.
Done. Now, as we are in the make
Directory.
in the slash USR slash SRC slash Linux, you can do make space menu config. And I need to check where it is, the IGB. It must be somewhere, maybe in the device drivers, so we'll see.
IGB, Intel, PCI Express, Gigabit, Ethernet support, location, device drivers, network device support, Ethernet driver support, Intel devices.
I'm looking where it is. We'll see where it is. We will put IGB and then see what it says. So device drivers, network device support, Ethernet are Intel devices. Okay. So,
So
what did he say?
device drivers.
Just a moment.
Net.
I'll check it with you. Intel device. So network
device
devices,
support.
Ethernet driver support.
Ethernet. Network device support. Oh, Ethan, there you are.
So have you found it? It is
driver
in.
support Intel.
So you can go. You can type. So did you type slash IG slash and then IGB in lowercase letters into the prompt?
Yes.
So you do slash. You type. Then you will get a window prompt. You type IGB in lowercase letters. Yes.
Yes.
Then it will give you several results. Now you type 1 on the keyboard. You know where you have all the digits on your keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
And it will put you, in principle, into the Intel devices. Do you have that screen?
GB1. Ah, got it.
You got it? And there you need as module the 82575, 82576, and you can also take it as a module, the one below it. But the Intel 82575 has to be in it as a module.
Okay.
You have it?
Yes.
There, it's okay. Now you
Save.
you exit. No, you exit.
I don't want to save it.
Yes, but it will prompt you to save it.
Ah.
So exit to see what it tells you. So, because for the moment I see nothing.
Do you wish to save your new configuration?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
And then what do you
Uh,
have as the next window?
execute make it shut down and said end of the configuration. Execute make to start the build.
But okay, did it save it to the .config?
Oh, configuration written to .config. Yes.
Yes, yes. You see, okay, you enter it.
Oh, it didn't. It just asked me if I wanted to save the new configuration. I hit yes.
Yes,
The
yes.
window closed and it came up configuration written to .config. End of the configuration. Execute make to start the build.
So before we do make, etc., we will check if it is in there. Could you grep IGB, grep space IGB space .config, that
Nothing.
we don't recompile the. Um,
It doesn't say anything.
it doesn't show anything.
No.
No, that's not good. So could you do diff space .config space /root /.config?
Um.
Because the only thing that we have added to the .config is the IGB. It's all. So the diff should only show the line, the differences between the two.
No. Uh. It has config underscore IGB equals yes.
Yeah, that's good. And does it has a plus before it or a minus?
It has a less than.
Less than. And in the other one, what do you have?
The config underscore IGB underscore hardware monitor equals yes has a less than. Then there's a line with a greater than.
Yes.
Uh, with
So the less than is the left file, so it is your .config, and the greater than is the right file, which is in this case /root /.config. So you told me that in the less than you have IGB equals yes, yes?
correct.
Correct. So normally it is in the .config. I don't know why it doesn't appear like that for the other one. So we will try it again. And now, as you have done it this way, we need to do make space minus J17.
This was a lot easier to read in a live environment with the bigger font. I think I owe your wife a dozen roses for taking up so much of your time.
No, no, she's coughing. So it's done.
Yes.
So now you type make space modules underscore install. So it's make space
I actually
module.
built it into the kernel.
What? Yeah, but it's nothing.
Okay.
You need to do that for the other modules. So it's make
Okay.
space modules underscore install.
Okay.
It's done, presumably.
Yes.
Yes. Then now you do make space install.
Okay.
Okay, now you need to regenerate an init RAM FS because you don't have the init RAM FS for that rebuild kernel. So it is gen kernel
Okay.
space hyphen install space init RAM FS. So gen kernel space double hyphen install space init RAM FS.
Cannot copy stat etc mod probe d blacklist conf no such file directory, but it's still working.
Okay, still working. Good.
I haven't blacklisted anything yet. I think that's why.
Okay. So there is no error at the end of this command because I can't read what is on the screen. It's finished, presumably.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Now it is.
It is, and it finished without error. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So now we have to remake the grub mk config. So it is grub hyphen mk config space -o space /boot /grub.cfg.
Boot. Grub. Grub. Config.
So grub hyphen mk config
Oh.
space
Oh. Well, it would
-o
help if I like.
space -o space /boot /grub.cfg.
No, I tried to make config two different words without a hyphen.
Ah, yes, okay.
Okay, that's done.
That's done. So now we're going to cd space /boot.
Okay.
You need to tell me what you have in it because I can't read that. So to see
The
what he has done.
config 5.5.5 init ram fs gen kernel.
Do you have two init RAM FS? Do you have two system maps? Do you have two kernels? Gen
Yes.
kernel. Yes. So we need to see which one is the most recent one. So could you do ls space minus al of that directory so that you can tell me the timestamps for the different, when you have a similar name, you see with system map with a kernel-gen kernel, and for the init ram fs.
The one with dash dreaming wolf appended to them.
That is the difference.
Yes.
So the latest one, I mean, the most recent one doesn't have the append.
No, the most recent one, the only one that has more than one copy is the init ram fs gen kernel, and the older one is 5.5.5 hyphen Gentoo, and the newer one is 5.5.5 hyphen Gentoo hyphen Dreaming Wolf.
That is the most recent one, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and for the init ram fs, what are the two names?
Init ram fs hyphen gen kernel hyphen x86 underscore 64 hyphen 5.5.5 hyphen Gentoo, and
Yes,
then
and the other one?
the exact same thing but with hyphen Dreaming Wolf added.
That is the most recent one.
Correct.
Okay, so when you reboot, you need to go probably into the advanced options so that you can select the one which will be the most recent one. So in principle, the one which has Dreaming Wolf appended to it.
Okay, now system map. There's one with Dreaming Wolf, but not just a reg.
So you need a new kernel and a new init ram fs. You have these two, yes?
The kernel
Yes.
doesn't have a new version. There's a new VM Linus version.
Yes. Which
Uh,
points to what?
it points to the newer one because it has the Dreaming Wolf appended.
Okay, so as the VM Linux points to the new one, normally if you reboot, you should reboot into the newer one.
Reboot.
So you can reboot now that we have, in principle, recompiled the kernel with that option. And hopefully it has all the lines from the previous config.
Unable to resolve root. Okay. My keyboard did not come back. Unable to resolve root. Could not find the root block device.
Root block device. Okay, so I think what it did, I don't know, with this save, probably you have a .config file which doesn't have all the lines of the previous one, and added the lines with the. We will then copy that .config into the /usr/src/linux directory. We will delete the other ones, and we will recompile the kernel based on that dot
Okay, I am rebooted and changed the directory to user source Linux.
Just I'm trying to find Zeps because these two lines are in Zeps config file, and we only have to add those two lines in the copy we did under /root, so that you can recompile the kernel correctly. But I'm trying to find where is his file. So can you reboot in the previous kernel?
Yes.
And you are in that?
Yes.
Okay. So you go into cd/usr/src/linux.
Done.
You go in there. You do ls space -al to see all the files you have in there.
Okay.
So what do you have as files in that directory?
A lot.
A lot, but I'm only interested in the .config or that kind of files.
Okay,
What do you
there's
have?
.config and .config old.
So you have a .config and .config old. So we will see if the .config old is exactly the same as the one. Could you go into cd/root and see if there is a .config file in that directory? So with an ls -al of /root to see if you have a .config file in that directory.
Yes.
You have it. So in which directory are you now at the moment?
In the user source Linux.
Okay. Could you do diff the .config old space /root /.config?
They should match up because they're the exact same size.
You should have no differences at all. Is it the case?
.config old and root .config. No differences.
No differences. So these two are correct. So we need to rebuild the kernel based on that one. So could you delete the .config, which is in your /usr/src/linux? You delete the .config.
Done.
Done. And you rename the .config.old into .config. So move MV.
.config old to .config. Okay.
Okay. So now we will open it with nano. So nano space -w space .config.
Okay.
And within that file, you have to go in with Alliance. You will have to go a lot under a lot of lines, but it must be you have lines with a config underscore E100, E1000, and so on. You have to find those lines. Je sais, je sais.
Je viens, mais tourne.
Do you find those lines?
EFI, power management,
So you
CPU
have a
frequency.
search function in Nano, which enables you to find some lines in such, because there are maybe several thousands of lines in such a .config file. So that might help. You need to find, sorry, the lines with config underscore E100 and so on in that file. So do you find those lines, Dave?
Yes.
Okay, so you have certain lines with config underscore E100, E1000, E1000 and E maybe, and E1000 and E underscore HWTS. You have
Correct.
those
Yes.
kinds of lines? Well, just under, you need to enter 4 lines.
Okay.
Config underscore IGB equals M for module, M, so config underscore IGB in capital letters, and equals without space M in lowercase letters. Yes? So I will try if I can put it in the chat of Jitsi. We'll put the lines you need.
config underscore IGB
I will.
equals M, and config underscore IGB VF equals M.
Okay, if you open the Jitsi chat, I have put the 4 lines you need to have under the lines I mentioned.
IGB M. All right, so I have to add
You have to add those 4 lines.
IGB VF. Okay, that one's there. So just the center 2 are missing. Okay. Config IGB hardware monitor.
So these 4 lines have to be added to.
Well, 2 of them were in there, just commented out.
Okay, but you have to uncomment them, so you need those 4 lines.
Now, the first and last that you have building as modules, can I just build them straight into the kernel?
The first and 4th line, I would let them as modules because the system will load the module when it detects that you have the IGB card. So you see that special Intel card. You see, in the past, it was using the E1000, which was great, and it worked for plenty of cards. But Intel has changed that. So a few years ago, and has introduced IGB 211, 210, and so on. And you need those special lines that don't exist in the normal gen kernel.
Okay, they are in, and the file is saved.
Okay, they are in. Okay, that's good. So now what we do, so you don't have, you have only one .config into /usr/src/linux, yes?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, to be sure that we don't do any mistake, could you go first into cd? You go one directory above, so cd space /usr/src.
Okay.
And do an ls of that directory to see how many sources we have. Only one in principle.
One and a symlink.
Yes, the symlink is normal. So the symlink and only one. So that is good that we don't have a sort of duplication of that one. So you can go into, you can cd into /linux.
Okay.
And now you need, as you have a .config, you need to create, so make space minus J70.
Do you want me to remove the version in root and copy this over?
No, you have, because you rename the .config.old in .config, true?
Yes.
You removed the wrong one, presumably the .config.
Right, but we,
Okay.
we made a backup by copying the .config into the /root.
So that one you leave it. It might be useful for later. You
Okay.
leave it as it. Now we will rebuild the kernel with a correct .config.
Okay.
We don't make menu config here. So you can do make space minus J17.
Okay.
Then, when it is finished, make space modules underscore install.
Okay.
Then make space install.
Okay.
Then gen kernel space -- install space init ram fs.
Okay.
That is done.
Yes.
So now, so we have done the init ram fs. So now we go into cd space /boot.
Okay.
ls space minus -al.
Seven 46. 46. Okay.
So you need to keep the first one we created, so the very first one, the one which had no IGB. You need to keep the last one that we just now created, and you need to delete the intermediate one. So with the timestamps, you can delete the kernel gen kernel, which was related to the middle one, the init ramfs, which was related to the middle one, and the system map, which was related to the middle one, and keep the equivalent for the first kernel we built and the last kernel we built.
Okay,
With
so I need
times,
to the
you can see which was the first one, which was the last one, and which is the intermediate one.
now the when when we do the grub make config,
Yes.
will it handle or ignore files that end with .old?
It will take, so if you delete the intermediate ones, it will take the first one and the last one.
Right. All the intermediate ones are the same name as the new one, except they have .old on them.
So I don't know, because it's the first time we do it with the same kernel 3 times. So normally I would delete the intermediate ones,
Okay.
keep the very first one, the very last one, and then execute the grub mkconfig command, so that you won't have a mess up of all these.
System map 46. Okay, they're gone.
They're done. So you have deleted everything that was needed to be deleted, and have you done the grub-mkconfig?
Grub make config. Oh, yeah.
So grub-mkconfig space
Oh,
-o space /boot/grub/grub.cfg.
grub.cfg. Okay.
This one is executed.
Yes.
So can we go back into cd/boot and see with the timestamps what you have?
What am I looking for?
So you cd space/boot ls space -al, and you look at what you have.
The grub folder was updated a second
Yes.
ago.
Yes, normal.
And it has init ramfs gen kernel, system
Yes.
map, and VM Linus.
And VM Linus points to what? Because it is a symlink. You can see, you can put here ls -al VM Linus.
It points to. It doesn't say it points to anything. It just says it's a file.
It's a file. And
LSAL?
ls space -al space VM Linus.
Yeah, it just says it's a file.
Just says it's a file. A moment. I will go into my and see what I have. Okay, if you have only VM Linux as a file, and do you have a version behind it or not?
VM Linux hyphen 5.5.5 hyphen Gentoo hyphen Dreaming Wolf.
That's good. The system map, what is the total denomination of the system map?
The newest one is system.map hyphen 5.5.5 hyphen Gentoo hyphen Dreaming Wolf.
Okay, correct. And your init ramfs gen kernel, what does it have?
The newest one is init ram fs hyphen gen kernel hyphen x86 underscore 64 hyphen 5.5.5 hyphen Gentoo hyphen Dreaming Wolf.
Okay, that should be, normally that should be correct. Okay, so now, so as you have deleted, so you can reboot and we'll see.
Advanced options. New version. Unable to resolve root.
Yeah, so I don't know why. So I have to ask someone who has done systemd on Gentoo to see why you have this error.
Okay.
I have to check it out. Maybe with Adrian, because Adrian has done systemd on Gentoo. I have never done it. So I have to check on the forums when you have an issue like that, because you could boot the first time and now you can't. It cannot resolve it. So it might be related to something I have to do with systemd that I don't have to do it on OpenRC.
But the thing is, the only changes made in the kernel were for that module. We didn't change anything with systemd.
Yes, but maybe that with systemd, when we regenerate an init ramfs, maybe you need some optional parameters that I don't need when I do OpenRC, you see?
Okay.
For instance, for gen kernel, you needed to have udef equals yes. On OpenRC, you don't need that. You see, maybe there is something I have to check in the man page of gen kernel with systemd. If you need, when you regenerate an init ramfs, if you need to put an optional, I mean, to give another option.
Right. Okay.
I don't know that. I have to check with Adrian, who has done systemd, to see where the issue might be.
Okay.
Okay,
I apologize for being a headache.
Yeah, no problem. I'll keep in touch with you through email. I will have a look on the forums what it means, and we will try to solve it.
I'm sure that we can.
Okay, so I thank all the people in the chat who have stayed so long. Even if we end up with a failure, but we will try to solve it and see why you can't read it. Okay.
I will keep working at it as well. So thank you very much, Serge.
Yes.
And thank you all for everybody in root or in the chat.
Okay. Bye-bye.